On what ground? Herein is already n opened that which has the nature of ground grunaft. And the n opening is already the swaying of that which grounds, that is, that which offers the preservable for preservation, and that which lets beings as such be beings. Only being itself has the nature of ground. The inquirable for the thinking of being is kindled from out of being, the inquirable that turns this thinking itself into an inquiring and thinking and fosters this thinking as what belongs to the inquirable. What has the nature of ground as such repels every why. Here mindfulness replaces a decision over ranking the stages of inquiry. This already shows G271 that ranking of stages is determined by the originariness and the style of the interpretation of being, that is, by that grounding attunement that thoroughly attunes and determines the relation to being. The question why are there beings, should have already left behind the question what are beings. How else could beings be questioned as to the why, of their that? With the question what are beings, their that is acknowledged and experienced in its superior power. With the that a being is, a being becomes manifest as what it is, a being. But in wonder that attunes man and sets him before the that and before the what that shines along in the that, there gathers at the same time and initially the inceptual attunement into an inquiry in such a way that at first beings appear as the most question-worthy. What is it, a being, is a questioning response, which is to say that only now the what question, what is a being as a being, bursts forth. This what question asks so little away from beings that it rather unfolds beings and bears them out in unanimity with the grounding attunement of wonder. Thus for the first time ever, in this actual what question, beings as sigma iota are held into the lambda theta epsilon iota alpha that belongs to them in such a way that in wonder, for the first time ever, the relation to beings gathers itself in pure receiving, and out of such gathering, lambda gamma omicron, brings the counter striving to presence, that is, thinks it as the one alsines and as this specific one dasein. From out of the grounding attunement of wonder what is first ever inceptually own most to thinking is determined, a thinking for which the what question remains the foremost question that predominates everything. And yet here for the basic stance of the first beginning being and its truth sway already hidden sheltered, uninquirable, and necessary. The uninquirable, which nevertheless resonates throughout the first ever inceptual question and answer, constitutes the inexhaustible fullness of the first beginning. But at the same time, the uninquirable determines the ambiguity which was soon to begin, never to be eliminated, because never explicitly addressed, and which stretched itself throughout the entire history of metaphysics, the ambiguity that being is thought in the beingness of beings, in what a being as G272 a being is, and yet always only beings are inquired into. We still have hardly an inkling of the promise which was sealed within the inexhaustibility of the what question that was attuned to wonder, hardly an inkling of the unique and increasingly rarer approaches through which pure wonder ventured itself before beings as such, hardly an inkling why then the what question, in the shape of the inquisitorial question what is this? Which was eager about expertise and which while going forward turned back to check on itself, confounded the purely persevering wonder and finally destroyed it. We know nothing of this history, mere lack of sources is not at all to be blamed for this not knowing since here such sources fail altogether insofar as the knowing awareness of this history is of another provenance. This history of the first beginning is hidden sheltered to us, because the enlightening power of mindfulness cannot match the simple relations of the inquiring grounding attunement of wonder and the perseverance in this attunement. Because here, as a consequence of a convention that set in early on and increasingly proved to be stubborn, the explanatory why question of the researching, historical, expertise, tau kainueta, soon imposed itself until, at the end, the question concerning the first cause of all beings, Creator, became the metaphysical question par excellence. In the domain of the first beginning the what question inceptually gained a preeminence over the why question indeed so that this why question could not at all determine the actual thoughtful thinking of beings as such. However, the what question, what is a being, becomes in fact the guiding question of the entire subsequent metaphysics, but the response to this question is attempted by way of explanation from out of causa or out of conditions for the representability of beings that are predetermined as objects. G273. But why does the explanatory why question gain the upper hand now? Because subsequent to the initial wonder, beings increasingly lose their strangeness, are pushed into the domain of expertise and draw from this domain the forms of their determinability, assertion, lambda gamma omicron, categories, for causes. The incipient wonder is overpowered by the growing familiarity of beings, it makes way for this familiarity and thus abandons itself and coalesces with the mere amazement about what is astonishing, that is, that which cannot instantly be explained in tau chi nueta. The incipient wonder fails to retroground itself unto its own origin and thus become ever more bewildering. Although this incipient wonder again and again exclusively unfolds its attuning power among the rare individual and unique thinkers, and although this incipient wonder can never become the ordinary average state for everyone, nevertheless the transformation and the extinction of this grounding attunement shows itself even in the historical sequence of the great inceptual thinkers from Anaximander to Aristotle. In the inceptual question what is a being, being is interrogated and is already thought as ground, that is, as the swaying ground of beings. This ground is never touched by the why question, but only distorted. This means that historically the inceptual Greek relation to beings is increasingly covered over by the explanatory exploitation of that which this relation inceptually opened. Modifications of the metaphysical basic stances cannot be pursued here. And yet it is necessary to know that although in the course of that history the why question has taken on the appearance of the deepest and most extreme question, the why question is not an originary question at all, but rather remains trapped in the domain of explaining beings. Should the guiding question as such and in fact in its first ever inceptual shaping not be the originary thinking questioning at all, but rather prepare another beginning for a G274 thinking that must think being itself, from out of the grounding attunement of the dismay that sets free, then the why question completely loses its presumed preeminence, and, given its horizon, does not touch that which has the nature of ground, being itself. The question of the other beginning, the actual grounding question, is, how does being sway, or what is the truth of being? Here the how does not refer to the explanatory mode, it refers to the ground that is to be grounded by man who experiences his innermost fundamental determination through being as such. However, in this way being is not traced back to man, rather man is sundered from dishumanization and transformed into descent wherein the grounding of the clearing comes to pass in whose openness being sways. The thinking in the grounding question how does being sway, undertakes specifically and for the first time what is most difficult, and had to be lost in the first beginning, the perseverance before the wonderment of beings as such, particularly in the shape of inabiding the grounding attunement of the dismay that sets free, an attunement that surpasses all wonder, and has nothing in common with the familiar feeling of mere dreadfulness. Dismay that sets free unto the of ground over against mere beings, transposes unto the truth of being as the ground of ground. Here every attempted why, disintegrates into the pettiness of a calculation that is consumed with curiosity, into the pettiness of mere appeasing, and of contentment, as if such calculation, appeasement, and contentment could be meted out to man if, by virtue of the guardianship of being, he has to enter into a mutual beholding of gods, as if here, where what counts above all is the grounding co-swaying with being itself, there should be room for businesses and for enlightenments. If the why question is still raised in the domain of unthinking being, then it can only be enacted as the crossing question. Answering it no longer leads to a highest cause that, with the peculiarity of a primary technician, anticipates everything, holds everything together, and takes care of everything. Rather, the answer points to being G275 in such a way that now the responding one directly unveils itself as the most question-worthy, but question-worthy for an inquiry in which every why either falls too short, or does not hold at all. In metaphysics, a being was determined by a ground, cause, condition for an explanatory representation. In the history of the other beginning, being itself determines first the sway of ground and excludes the why question as inadequate. The descent, wherein the transformed man becomes inabiding, maintains itself in the nearness to being, a nearness that holds unto of ground. but this maintaining can never become for man a customary permanent self-perpetuating state, but rather holds sway in resoluteness, which is more originary and more difficult than any deed and any support provided by achievements. And this resoluteness is never a mere exertion of man's will, but is his inquiring, venturing self-opening to the thrust of being. It is the preparedness for belongingness to a knowing in whose trajectory humans and gods contend for their own sake, for the sway of gods and the ownmost of man, and thus open the strife of a world with the earth, and so within this clearing of contention let a being again be a being. Insofar as a comparison between metaphysical and being historical thinking could be permitted at all, in truth it cannot. One could be tempted to contrast both in the following manner: metaphysical thinking maintains itself in representing beings as objects, being historical thinking abides in and thinking inquiring resoluteness to a knowing. The metaphysical thinking additionally reckons for itself its creator God and this God's almighty providence, and the being historical thinking ventures the remoteness of the self, refusing as the upground of unreckonable decisions regarding the flight and arrival of gods. The former rescues itself in the why, and its irrational response, which is more than ever rational; the latter opens itself to the swaying of being and does not expect anything fundamental from beings. The former never understands the answer to the question concerning why. G276 The why, indeed it does not even understand that this question becomes possible only on the basis of evading beings as such, that is, only on the basis of not grounding the truth of being. The answer to the first why, that is, to the question concerning its sway, lets this sway arise out of being insofar as being is grasped as the ground that holds unto a ground, and insofar as this ground itself is put forth as what is most clear and primary for the explanatory representation. The why seems to express the utmost unrest of the profoundest inquiry. In fact, it only seems so. For, in truth, the why, and the inquiry that it intends, means ceaselessly turning away from pure inabiding in and before what is most question-worthy, that is, being, which alone continues to be reserved and preserved in its dignity, as long as the heart keeps itself open to the pure swaying of that between, unto which removed, man anchors in his ownmost the relation to being and takes over the belongingness to a knowing, and with it elevates to the unsettling knowing awareness the uniqueness of his own self in the midst of beings, and thus grounds the guardianship of the truth of being as the other beginning of a history into which all the hallways and gates of history never reach. For history, and that means the metaphysically explained beings in the whole, will further control the unknownmost of the man hitherto and secure him the domination of a world that does not world die nicht weltet because it could never world. Ever louder and manifold will the why question flaunt its presumed answers. The historicizing of the rational man will become total, and can be total only when it completes itself in the explanation that the instincts and the unintelligent Verstand laws are the driving and sustaining force in all that he does and does not do. If an actually major doctrine explicitly claims the unexplainable as the ground of explanation of everything, then the enlightenment of reason forces down beings in the whole into the boundless representability and producibility. Only now all kinds of irrationalism flow freely, and mysticism and myths. G277 attend to their businesses, and the dispute between logico-scientific spirit and the mythic-mystic spirit produces the semblance of a living intellectual life, and so supplies the self-sufficiency of the historical animal with the highest confirmation of its supposed rank. However, in the meantime something else comes to pass occasionally, and the resolute individuals see the glowing hidden hearth fire of all beings and intimate what is futural to their guardians, which does not come like a romantic dream only after this present epoch, but has already come and has gifted being to the historical recollection as refusal, and has allowed man to know what is the other to his own self. G279 XXII. Being and Becoming. The completion of Occidental metaphysics. Hegel, Nietzsche. G281-75. Being and Becoming. Since the superficialization of the first beginning of Occidental thinking, the most traversed and traversable path towards determination of being is marked by the opposition of being to becoming. In this way the interpretation of being as not becoming in the sense of permanence immediately comes to light. Being means constancy and presence. At the same time, a twofold possibility of the relationship between being and becoming is already given. Becoming counts as infringement upon, distortion, and diminution of being, as evident in all familiar Platonism. Or becoming towers above being insofar as being, understood as standing still, denies becoming, and that means life. In place of each exclusion, be it exclusion of becoming by being or being by becoming, there comes an interpretation which unifies both in the unity of the one and the other, but enacts this unification always according to the meaning of being and becoming that is predetermined from the beginning of metaphysics. Hegel's and Nietzsche's metaphysics, in opposite directions and belonging simply together as opposed, bring about the inclusion of being into becoming, without denying being its respective necessity within becoming, without at the end addressing even becoming itself by more or less disguising it and not thinking it through as the actual being. Occidental metaphysics completes itself in Hegel and Nietzsche because without ever touching the already established first ever inceptual interpretation of both being and becoming and their relation to thinking, representedness, both Hegel and Nietzsche think through the utmost possibilities of the alternating unity of being and becoming, the absolute spirit, the eternal return in the will to power. This is to say that in the epoch when this completion begins, modern man, without specifically considering these basic metaphysical positions and their domination, believes himself to possess all possibilities of G282 interpreting life, Nietzsche, and actuality, Hegel. Modern man rescues himself in a selection and blending of such interpretations without experiencing this mixture as such and without even inquiring into its ground and unground. Or, on the other hand, modern man begins to grasp and interpret this possession as the fundamental fact that he himself, that is, life, people, is the goal, the domain, the measure, and the fulfillment of himself. The unconditionality of Hegel's absolute becomes the basic determination of life in Nietzsche, individualized each time into peoples and races understood as units of life. Herein gets enacted the ultimate self-exclusion of man from any relation to being, exclusion from a relation that entails an inquiring, struggling grounding of the truth of being. The nothingness, that is, what arises first ever as the highest from being, is not grasped but distorted through total thoughtlessness, pushed aside as the most dreaded dread, not even feared in earnest, let alone experienced in the dismay that sets free. Being historical thinking and thinks not only the truth of being, but also being itself as the prime leap according to its most hidden sheltered sway which can never be measured by any determination of beingness. Thought metaphysically, being moves out of the juxtaposition to becoming and is itself the sway of becoming. In the very ground of being the first thing that becomes is nothingness to which, at the end, truth indeed accrues. On the basis of Hegel's metaphysical thinking being and nothingness are the same, and consequently beingness as objectness, that is how he takes being, is the undetermined and the immediate in any intending meaning, representation. For metaphysics, the sameness, that is, belongingness of being and nothingness, is grounded in the identity of being and nothingness and is thought out of nothingness as not being pure and simple, thought, that is, according to the already established and intended mediation within which being as well as nothingness are what are to be cancelled elevated preserved das Aufzuebend. For Hegel, nothingness draws close G283 to that earliest nearness to being and into the sameness with being because within absolute actuality being itself has to be the last remnant of the foregoing dismantling, that is, something that still has to be acknowledged vis-a-vis not being so that the beginning which is the willed end of the absolute itself does not somehow just begin but in itself unfolding may begin from out of the immediate, may have a point of departure, and begin in the manner of that becoming that has to be already posited along with the absoluteness of the thinking of mediation of mediating. The nothingness, and even the negation and the negative that Hegel estimates so highly, are in truth not taken seriously by him, rather only admitted and presented piecemeal so that mediation may bring itself before itself in its most empty form and on the basis of the emptiness of this background unfold the triumph of its becoming. This, of course, does not come from Hegel's personal style of presentation and from the power of his dialectical destruction and construction, the former is almost more admirable than the latter, but, on the contrary, from the necessities of the history of being that announce themselves here, in view of which Hegel's being can only become the utmost superficialization of objectification in representation that has taken place long ago. And this indicates that Hegel's entire logic, as what is absolutely objective in the pure self-objectification of spirit, rests on this superficialization, and in spite of its richness ultimately does not find its way back to being. This can also be elucidated in this way: all actuality and thus all being is displaced onto the absolute as the object of absolute thinking. The createdness of ens creatum, on the way that goes through Descartes, has transformed itself into the objectness of absolute thinking. Being has disappeared from beings and retreated into the unconditionally representing absolute spirit and is secured there as the absolute certainty of itself. However, the fact that being finds absolute truth in the dialectical unfolding onto the absolute concept, that is, G284 in the freedom of the absolute spirit, this is not any grounding of the truth of being in the sense of an originary inquiry. Rather, it is merely the Christian Cartesian consolidation of omicron sigma alpha as delta alpha in the absolute I think of myself as the one who in such thinking intends things. The truth of being is decided long ago so definitely that, as in the earlier stages of the history of metaphysics, it cannot be questioned at all. Here decidedness means the unconditioned transition of decision into a lack of decision, which is simultaneously unaware of itself as a transition because of the unquestionability of the truth of being. As the knowledge of the beingness of beings in the whole, the absolute knowledge that completes itself in Hegel's logic is the total inability to be knowingly aware of being, because absolute certainty of being as representedness excludes any possibility of another necessity of inquiry, and of another ability to be knowingly aware. But in the meantime that erroneous opinion has become commonplace according to which Hegel's philosophy, except in his school, has had no effect at all. But provided that one still thinks of something when one uses this word effect, what does one imagine by this word? A thoughtful thinking's effectiveness in a school is the most indifferent thing that can happen to that thinking. The effect of Hegel's metaphysics, that is, the effect of the predominance of that absolute unquestionability of being, the predominance that increasingly becomes indiscernible and unrecognizable, consists in nothing less than being's abandonment of beings that in the guise of positivism passes itself off as the ultimately obtained nearness to life and to actuality, and that lets modern man find his own essence in his greatest discovery, namely that the most important thing is to turn life into a lived experience and to make all possibilities of lived experience accessible generally to all in equal manner, so that through this universality of lived experience life may prove and actualize itself as the unconditioned whole. Insofar as here the unconditionality of life dominates, Hegel rules here; insofar as this life G285 becomes certain of itself as the or extant, Descartes rules here; insofar as here beings and the actual are matters of lived experiencedness or letite, i.e., representedness and producedness, Plato rules here. But what is intended here is not a historical accounting. Rather, through such mindfulness we are overwhelmed by what is the most actual in this thoughtless actuality of lived experience, namely the effect of the long since supposedly bygone and solidified thinking of Occidental metaphysics. Without initiating its own self-destruction, how could that which has made itself beforehand the goal of itself and has put all goal-setting at the service of this goal, ever inquire into a goal? The unconditionality of the life of lived experience means positing becoming as the actual being and thus simultaneously consolidating the unquestionability of being itself. In this way the nothingness becomes the most indifferent nullity, which would have to be more questionable than being, if in the midst of all calculating and reckoning with live experience, the question concerning nothingness would still be given at least a most fleeting hearing. In metaphysics being, nothingness, and becoming are mere names for the questionless and the empty. With its completion metaphysics has rendered itself superfluous, which cannot mean that metaphysics has succumbed to impotence. Rather, the power of metaphysics is now the least noticed self-evidence within the sea of what is self-evident, the sea that floods the live experience and ascribes to it the view that live experience itself is the sea and the unconditioned. What is fundamental to the incipient completion of modernity is not that all goals are lost, but that the epoch becomes certain that it has found the goal and thus its own eternity in life itself, the eternity wherein being and becoming become equal and exchangeable, and what becomes testifies for being as its success, and success brands everything that is not successful null and void, and prescribes the principles and weighty measures according to which alone success itself and the likes of success are to be calculated. Ever more violent and simultaneously harmless, G286 ever louder and especially uncannier, life, in its unconditionality rolls back into the predominance of live experience, so that within the frenzy of his actions and contrivances man finally forgets that since long ago he has forgotten being. The forgottenness of forgetting is the most hidden sheltered process in the dishumanization of man. What corresponds to this dishumanization is that this dishumanization itself pursues that which disseminates the semblance of what is the counteronemost to this dishumanization, history in the broad sense which now unfolds in cultural politics, that is, in the feud between various claims to be the preserver and promoter of culture. These claims too, be they nationally oriented or reckoned internationally, originate from within the indiscernible domination of the completed Occidental metaphysics, wherein the representation of culture in the sense of a uniformly emerging and uniformly expanding fostering of all potentials of the creative spirit receives its first justification and determination for the unity and the unification of life and its actualities. Thus the historical man of culture fulfills that doom, which within the forgottenness of forgetting a being drives the dishumanization of man to an upground that can become a ground for a fundamental transformation of man, provided that man, having long since become blind to whatever lacks ground and to whatever especially holds unto the upground, does not pass by the upground, which, because there is indeed no longer anything besides the whole of life, is not even nothingness. Here again what counts is to see in all these the unrestrained power of the completed Occidental metaphysics, and to keep its sway in view, the sway which has been made increasingly ordinary, even almost unrecognizable. Indifferent to this process, however, is everything that belongs exclusively to the erudite renewal of Hegelianism or to the historical occupation with Hegel, everything that belongs to the literary exploitation of Nietzsche. For all this is indeed a later and further consequence of the effect that is derived from metaphysics in its completion. Cf. XXIV. Being and Negativity, cf. Überlegungen X, 55 ff, to appear in Überlegungen B, GA 95. Cf. above, G 110 f. G 287 XXIII. Being as Actuality. The modalities. G 289-76. Beings as the actual, being and actuality. It lies in the inceptual interpretation of being as presence and constancy that very early on beings are determined as that which later and today is called the actual. The interpretation of epsilon nu alpha iota as nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha indicates that in the presencing of what is present, presence is completed, that is, presence itself is present pure and simple. Corresponding to nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is finishedness and producedness, sheer presence, presencing in the produced, in the erected, and the constant. Here the inceptual interpretation of being gathers itself and solidifies itself unto that beingness, which, grasped as delta alpha, is encompassed by the guiding perspective of the immediate representing, or pure intuiting. But even in Greek thinking this Greek and genuinely inceptual interpretation of being is not retained in its summit and purity. Soon it is understood in the popular philosophy in terms of things dinghaft, for instance in the Stoa. And thereafter it is instantly reconstructed in Christian terms, ens as ens cretum. The indication of this is the seemingly unimportant translation of nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha and nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha with actus, agira, acting, creating, actus purus, the creator God, ens cretum. When a being is interpreted as ens cretum, then a being is what is affected, and its cause, is the effective pure and simple, that is, the creator God. When such a being is interpreted once again in modernity, it is the actual, but not seemingly actual as the object, objectness. Thus there is only a certain returning to nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, because now everything refers to the subject, to the consciousness. At the same time the actual is grasped as the effective, as the effectual. And this also as the true. In their own most, possibility and necessity not only refer merely to being G290, actuality, but along with actuality in its threefoldness, they are also determined as such from out of the same root as the inceptual interpretation of being as presencing and constancy. In other words, there is no problem of modalities at all, rather under the guise of an empty metaphysical astuteness this problem only conceals the origin of the inceptual interpretation of being, and hinders the originary question of being. What applies to this problematic is the same that has to be said about the doctrines of categories. As seeming inquiries, the doctrines of categories originate from out of the flight into an as such unrecognized lack of questioning the most question-worthy. G291XXIV. Being and Negativity. G29377. Being, nothingness, going under. Where and when the sway of being is grounded in its utmost truth, the history of man reaches the stage that is marked by the ability for going under, that is, reaches the summit of the deepest overthrowing fall. That in a certain way Hegel recognized negativity but only in beingness, and that nonetheless and indeed for this very reason he wanted to be understood as fulfillment and permanence, that is, as an all-mastering adjustment of everything forever, and not at all as going under and decision. This most clearly indicates that negativity in Hegel did not arise from out of the ground of nothingness and being, but had to remain stuck in beingness as representedness. In Hegel negativity is already completely overcome in advance, rendered harmless, and only thus, and precisely for this reason, it is exclusively in play. 78 Being and Negativity. Hegel's negativity and Plato's mu nu are the same, except that Hegel's negativity is relegated to the ground of the absolute I think something, which thinking, as unmediated, is not yet the mediated of mediation and is therefore for itself always a privation of the absolute. Thus everything within absolute thinking which is not by itself absolute is determined by negativity. Hegel's negativity carries within itself simultaneously the absolute subject-object relation. However, this is not meant as a justification of negativity as the immediate in Plato but only as its displacement into the absolute thinking. The origin of the negative is so inadequately determined here that this origin cannot at all be put in question. Indeed, G294 metaphysics as such blocks this question insofar as metaphysics cannot know anything about this question. But where and when metaphysics encounters the negative, it is evaluated as what is basically null and void, even in Hegel, in spite of his positive stance towards negativity. But why is metaphysics denied the knowing awareness of nothingness? Why is metaphysics driven to a depreciation of negation? Because in its inquiry into being, metaphysics always starts off from beings and by holding beings in its regard takes being as beingness. Here nothingness becomes immediately the nothing of beings as such and in the whole, becomes the pure and simple negation, indeed the negation of beings. However, where, as in Hegel, nothingness becomes the negation of being, where negation is the undash of all determination and mediation, determination out of determining understood as determinatio in the sense of predicatio vera positiva, determination of something as object, as tale quale, quality whatness, there, being as the undetermined immediate is for the absolute thinking that has not yet returned to itself the highest and thus the nearest and emptiest beingness. But nothingness becomes, it is for Hegel already, the actual affirmation of that being that is already characterized. Nothingness in its identical positionedness gleichsetzen with being determines being as that being which in the sense of beingness has to lower itself for the absolute thinking to what is merely immediate and undetermined. Thus nothingness, i.e., being, becomes privation of the absolute actuality, i.e., idea. But nothingness is not at all the privation of being, nothingness does not at all break up being, which if it were to happen would need being beforehand merely as the ground of the possible break-up. Rather, nothingness is the same as being. But what if nothingness were nevertheless to be thought as the privation of being, and neither as the negation of beings nor as the negation of being, then would we not be thinking more fundamentally? And yet, whence and how privation? How does being itself come to this breakup? How else at all if nothingness would not already and right away offer the clearing for such a breakup of being? Nothingness is neither the negation of beings nor the negation of G295 beingness, nor is it the privation of being, it is not the deprivation that simultaneously would be an annihilation. Rather, nothingness is the foremost and highest gift of being, which along with itself and as itself gifts being as announcing unto the clearing of the prime leap as of ground. Here of ground is not meant metaphysically as the mere absence of ground but is meant as the swaying of the distress of grounding, a distress that is neither a lack nor an excess, rather the that das of being, the that is superior to both lack and excess, the that of being as the that of is. Dasta scenes als to dasta is dot. The announcement of man's own most unto the allotment unto announcing that announce itself simultaneously as the distressing need of God's is, in the manner of the highest refusal, the gifting of nothingness as the gifting of ground so that a being could never venture to come upon, and to fulfill, being in its sway in order that being then could nevertheless be meant as a being. As long as man continues to be entangled in metaphysics, that is, as long as he holds on to the preeminence of beings as the actual in the sense of the effective and the potent, i.e., what has the capacity of being effective, so long does nothingness remain what is worth nothing to him, and dread, the disclosing grounding attunement of nothingness, remains that which is harmful to every affirmation of life, deserving only repulsion and rejection. And the other way around, as long as this rejection of nothingness deems evident and is given the faintest approval, so long does man remain in forgottenness of being, that is to say, in that unrelation to being that hinders him from honoring the gift of negativity and from fathoming the destiny of man's domain, and thus from entering into the free play of time-space of the simple decisions. The being historical knowing awareness of negativity is a pathway for unthinking refusal, is honoring being as announcing, is inabiding the between wherein the countering of man and gods is announced, is preparation of a readiness for history. The being historical knowing awareness of negativity is never a trick in the exercise of categorical discernment, questioned as a question, this knowing awareness is already more being than all realities. XXV. G297 Being and Thinking. Being and Time. G299-79. Being and Time. In the historical dialogue with the fundamental thinkers about what is most pure and simple in them, there emerges ever more decisively the intimation that they have never said what is fundamental to them, because their utmost successful word can still ward off the most concealed attunedness by what needs to be said. Heraclitus's lambda gamma omicron, Plato's delta alpha, Aristotle's neuro gamma epsilon iota alpha, Leibniz's monas, Kant's I think as freedom, Schelling's identity, Hegel's concept and Nietzsche's eternal return, all say the same, being. They do not make propositional statements about being as if being were an object that is set aside. Being itself is said, raised to the word as what is said, the word which here is not a random expression in language, but is being itself that has become truth, clearing. The saying of the thinkers does not speak in images and signs, it does not try its hand at conveyable rewritings, all of which would have to be equally inapplicable. Being itself is said, but with the proviso that it is not said to the ear of intelligibility which, prone to approximation, wants to have everything explained. That which is never said by the fundamental thinkers is still purer and simpler than what is said by them. That is why from time to time being always summons thinking again unto the beginning. But this thinking begins only with the beginning when each time the end thinking of being has become more inceptual and thus as something entirely different, has the strength to remain the same. The other beginning of thinking inquires into the truth of being. Asterisk. G300 Being and Time. Being historical thinking and thinks the truth of being, openness of clearing, at first as time-space, as that ground of the onefold of time and space that lets both time and space emerge in their mutual belongingness as trajectories and expanses of removal unto of the clearing of ground. However, insofar as it is time that at first manifests the onefold of removal unto more strikingly than space, space also removes unto, not less but differently than time, the attempt to render the truth of being, i.e., the meaning of being, thinkable must start off from time. Therefore, the nearmost unfoldment of the question of being that begins again stands under the title Being and Time. Here time names something that cannot be clarified by merely discussing the earlier and present concepts of time. Rather, here time names something that is predetermined in an incomparably different way by the question concerning the clearing of being itself as the swaying that belongs to being. Any detailed consideration of the concept of time can only have the limited task of elucidating that which arises out of the original time, which, incidentally, has not the least in common with Bergson's durée, and which by contrast, and without, of course, ever permitting a transition into the other time, can serve to bring into relief that entirely other time. The time that is launched in being historical thinking prevails already as the horizon, the perspective, which more specifically put is the uninquired and heretofore uninquirable horizon for the presence and constancy, omicron sigma alpha, foregatheredness, lambda gamma omicron, and receivedness, nu omicron, for representedness, delta alpha, and objectness, whereby throughout the entire history of metaphysics being was determined in advance as beingness. And this perspective is the one that primarily, and as if by itself and out of itself, why and to what extent, suggests itself to thinking, nu omicron epsilon nu, lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, so that, reassured in this perspective, in this horizon, and sustained by it, this thinking never needs to ponder on itself, but holds unto itself as the guiding thread for determining beingness and G301 its constitution, and in keeping with the self-understanding of the one who thinks, animal rationale, unfolds itself as I think and as absolute thinking, categories. However, in spite of knowing the pyrotau epsilon rho omicron nu, the a priori, the transcendentals, thinking of being never recognizes within the history of metaphysics the perspective, the horizon, that is allotted to this thinking as end thinking. Rather, philosophical thinking considers itself sufficiently grounded with the differentiation according to which philosophy thinks being, beingness, categories, while sciences and ordinary opinion represent and explain beings. Yet even this differentiation is not decidedly clear everywhere, and when within the history of metaphysics, in Kant, this differentiation attains maximum clarity, this thinking of being is forthwith falsified as theory of knowledge. The inner reason for this process is that Kant grasps beingness as objectness but limits objects to accessibility to experience, to mathematical knowledge of nature. Philosophy, as inquiry into being, is at all time the same as thinking. Yet, precisely because of this, thinking as originary thinking must determine itself from out of that which this thinking and thinks, from out of being. Accordingly, if in formal respect being and time is preferred prospectively künftig as a title to being and thinking, then this does not mean abandoning thinking in favor of irrationalism and mood, but, entirely to the contrary, it means that only now is end thinking compelled into the exactitude of the abground dimension of its hitherto unthought perspective, that is, into the originary truth of being. Only now does end thinking obtain its freedom so decisively that the naming of time can just be the immediate indication of what is question-worthy, towards which the more inceptual thinking knows itself to be on the way. Hence being and thinking, as the title for the metaphysical manner of inquiring into being, does not mean the commonplace opinion that thinking is just the form of enactment of philosophy, or even merely the form of philosophy's employment. Rather, this title is already thought being historically from out of being G302 and time, so that it indicates that the metaphysical thinking of being does not yet ponder what is its most ownmost, namely presentness, time, as the perspective, the horizon, of metaphysical thinking's own manner of interpreting beingness. Instead, without pondering on itself, thinking simply considers itself as the sufficiently determined tribunal for all delimitation of the sway of being. This lack of pondering vis-a-vis the concealment of what is actually and fully ownmost to metaphysical thinking, an increasingly consolidated concealment, this peculiar domination of the thinking that is evident to itself in metaphysics, is simply the reason for the frequent surfacing of all irrationalisms within the history of metaphysics, irrationalisms that distinguish themselves only by a still cruder rationalism, insofar as this word indicates in the thinking of being the Preeminence of thinking that does not ponder upon that which this thinking itself is. To ponder upon the thinking that inquires into clearing, wherein it moves as the end thinking of being, it is obvious now that this pondering is not what we could call reflection according to the formula thinking of thinking. For history of metaphysics in the epoch of German idealism has indeed enacted this reflection so decisively and in such a great style that even reflection was mirrored and taken back once again into the absolute concept of unconditioned knowledge. But this happened in such a way that mindfulness of the perspective, of the horizon, of thinking became ever more impossible and ever more unnecessary because absolute knowledge knows itself as the truth of beings in the whole and thus excludes every question-worthiness. Hence, through historical mindfulness we can see that here with the thinking of thinking, metaphysics removes itself from mindfulness of the truth of being that is to be and thought, and as a result metaphysics removes itself from thinking itself. Therefore, the question concerning the meaning of being as a question concerning the sphere of projecting opening of and thinking of being is the end opening and grounding of this sphere, never the matter of a reflection on thinking and I think. Instead of reflection, the more inceptual G303 question of being requires a leap off from man as the subject and that means simultaneously a leap off from the relation to object and from object itself. By turning towards object, that subjectivism is not only not overcome, but is retained all the more in its imperturbability and firmness. Let it be undiscussed here whether an overcoming of subjectivism and objectivism is a fundamental necessity of being historical thinking. For, one day this overcoming may have to unmask itself as a superfluous mock fight, staged only with an inexhaustible enthusiasm, so that metaphysical thinking may consider itself absolved from looking into its own question-worthiness. G305XXVI. A gathering into being mindful. G30780. Enowning. The settlement means bearing apart of countering and strife unto the intersection of their sway. The bearing apart as enownement of the in-between carries out the intimacy of the intersecting mirror play up to a decision of a history of descent. The settling, bringing to maturity, is that swaying stillness whose tune lets all destiny depart from being. The destiny necessitates the distress of descent, the distress turns the inabiding into what is its necessity and this necessity displaces Dasein into the unavoidableness of an owning over unto the truth of being. An owning is settlement. Settlement sustains the upground. The freedom of thinking, poetizing and saying rises up out of the upground. 81 Settlement. The removing lightning counter-turning owning to of beings in the wholeness of their swaying within the countering of godhood and man's domain and within the strife of world and earth are always brought unto the ownhood. Being is the onward lead into the clearing of the upground that is opened by being's settleability, the upground out of whose refusal the necessity for the counter-turning owning to the ownhood of beings arises, as the swaying of what sways out of the godhood, out of the domain of man, out of the world and out of the earth. Asterisk. The settlement. Settling says both preserving up to the maturity of swaying decision as well as deciding for the sway G308, raising this deciding for unto enowning and thus entrusting and owning to its own sway. Moreover, the fundamental character of settling as preserving and deciding for is the grounding of the upground that lights up, and frees the free and shifts unto setting apart auseinander and setting unto zeoinander. What gets settled are countering and strife, in themselves both are settleable in their sway, and in their removals unto both are simply entwined in one another. Enownment is settlement. Enowned unto their sway and unto their own most are above all the countering ones, God and man, and the ones at strife, the world and the earth. However, in this enownment history comes to pass, that is, becomes fundamental as the grounding of the clearing in the descent of man. 82 The enowning. The enownment unto the T/here and thus the T/here itself is refusal of being as beingness, is the failure of every producing calculating representing as the comportment on whose path man could find his way to being as the site of decision of his swaying attunement. As enownment, being itself destroys the preeminence of lambda gamma omicron, tears away beings as such from power and thus from machination, and sways them unto ownhood. Only now does being itself, and not just the calculability of beings, foster the genuine junction that enjoins the truth of being. Only now does being itself foster the belongingness of the sheer earnestness of thinking. Only now does thinking stand before the decision either to become an thinking of being or to be nothing at all. Asterisk. G309 Announcing. For the initial knowing awareness of what its naming says, the sway of an owning must be indicated. That can happen only up to the region of thinking out of which the projecting open that throws itself free becomes possible as thrown projecting open. It is a gift of announcing whether this projecting open announce itself. The indication of the sway of announcing proffers the knowing awareness of the sway of time that removes unto and lights up, time understood as the free play of time-space, for the determination of beingness as such, that is, beingness as presencing and constancy. The clearing that removes unto points to something that can never be represented as the doings of a being, and nonetheless its swaying surpasses and is of more being than any being. The clearing that removes unto only indicates the abground character of being and the swaying of abground, that being simply refuses any escape into the permanent, and as this refusal being simultaneously gifts the allotment unto the distress of a belongingness to being. Being, while an owning erinyand, allots the countering of man and God and the strife of the world and the earth into the ownhood of its sway. But why these? To what extent is announcing simply the enswaying of such things that holds unto abground? The question sounds as if being, announcing, is meant above all as something that sways for itself from out of which then the rest should be deduced. However, precisely the directive that ensues from out of time should indicate that being as abground sways in the in-between of beings, and certainly is not to be determined from out of beingness of beings, but from out of being's hidden sheltered swaying that being itself constitutes. What we metaphysically call God, man, world, and earth belong being historically to being insofar as what is so named sways as ownhood by holding onto abground, and is ever variously allotted to belongingness to announcing. Thus how can we decide on being's sway? G310 Do we have here a direction and a measure, and if not, is not everything arbitrary? What distinguishes being historical projecting open is neither compulsion nor arbitrariness but rather freedom as liberating the ground unto abground, whereby in one moment the thrownness of projecting open must enter the domain of this projecting's own knowing awareness to the effect that this projecting is and can only be an unowned projecting. The projecting opening of being is a distinct announcing of the history of being, it is not advancing an opinion about being arbitrarily and forcefully. As freedom, being historical projecting open is venture, except that since long ago this word has had a false ring to it and is thus better to be avoided. For here the conditions of venturing are not what in the prevailing views concerning venturing are called circumstances that should be altered. Rather, the conditions of venturing are the distress of the history of being itself, the distress that lets the venturesome ones right away become the ones who are weighed and found wanting. The allusion to time that removes unto, and lights up as the truth, openness of projecting open, of being can initially and merely defensively give a hint that being cannot be encountered in representation as a subtracted and dissipated being and finally be emptied as a general or even the most general concept. This emptiness remains fundamentally what it is, indeed it is all the more confirmed when one ensures that this emptiness will be filled up by concrete ontological determinations. Being, swaying in time, announces itself as the in-between of beings that fosters a distinctly transformed relation to itself, that is, the inabiding descent. But this fostering is only a representationally grasped and misinterpreted relation if we consider that being as announcing Aranis and owns descent as the swaying of being's grounding of its truth, which announcing Arignan makes up just what is primary in the announcing Aranis that holds onto the abground. The clearing of time that removes unto is the indicator that points to the G311 swaying of the unto each other aufeinanderse that holds unto the abground, necessitates decision, and is the unto each other of what has been de joascenden and what comes to come enden. This unto each other wherein the free play of beings expands, the free play whose being determines itself first out of clearing, is the hint to ennownment wherein the settling of countering and strife announce itself. In order to have a knowing awareness of this, what is immediately necessary is the insight into the time character of the inceptually determined beingness, sigma iota, and the experience of being's abandonment of beings, an experience wherein being announces itself as refusal. 83 Beingness and being. Beingness and machination. Machination in its unfolding, the unity of history, technicity, discourse read. This unfolding as letting loose unto abandonment by being. Abandonment by being as a refusal of being. The refusal as the swaying of being itself, the disannulment of beings, the holding forth withholding vorenthal tongue of ownhood. The disannulment as the hint onto enownement. The enownement onto settlement. The settlement as enowning. Enowning as the swaying of the clearing of being. This swaying as history. Being and the upground of the in-between, the swaying of nothingness. Nothingness originating from beingness, although not from negation. G3 1284. Being and nothingness. Nothingness as the upground of the clearing of refusal. What in the ground is of the nature of das Abhaftegrunds comes from refusal. The refusal as enownement unto inabiding the persevering awaiting Herung, this as being enowned unto disannulment. The disannulment as the swaying ground of negation. But negation not yet as the mere objectifying assertion about what is present and absent, the no, the not, and the undash. The originary negation as perseverance of preserving wherein refusal can and even must light up without thereby gifting away its full sway. The negation as descends in abiding the refusal. No. It is not yet and yet it is so in the gifting of refusal. The no here is not meant as defense and resistance, these are not originary, but as inabiding, and yet not just as affirmation as attuning approval zeostimion of something extant, rather attunedness to the tune of stillness. 85 Nothingness. 1. The metaphysical concept of nothingness, Hegel, the undetermined I mediate. 2. The being historically thought metaphysical concept of nothingness, the nihilating. 3. The being historical concept of nothingness, the upground as the sway of being. Here nothingness loses every semblance and superficiality of what is merely of the nature of not nicht hafts. For upground is the swaying of refusal as the swaying of enownement of gifting. Asterisk. The more superficially, the more without the knowing awareness of the truth of being G313, is thought metaphysically, plus the more nihilating nothingness becomes, the easier nothingness is shoved away into the logical negation. That and to what extent being and nothingness are the same, namely on the basis of the swaying of the truth of being, can be grasped being historically. Proposition counts for Hegel only to the extent that it empties being, what he calls absolute actuality, beforehand up to what is merely thinkable for the absolute thought as it still limits itself to its utmost, respectively up to the residue of what is still represented in unthought. In its representedness, what is represented in this way is something in general, it is not simply nothing and yet at the same time it is nothing. Metaphysics is capable of thinking the sameness of being and nothingness only along the guiding thread of a projecting open that represents, being and thinking, from out of the emptiest and foremost generality of what is most immediately general. The being historical inquiry does not experience nothingness merely as the nihilating, but, insofar as this thinking inquires into being itself in the fullness of its swaying, this thinking experiences nothingness as the enownement. 86 Truth Being and Clearing. Being and clearing are the same, so goes the inceptual saying of Parmenides in the other beginning. Formerly, beingness, new, had to be enthought inceptually as rising presence so that beingness and disclosive receiving belong together. Futurally, the upground of belongingness itself is to be enthought as what begins, being, the enownement of the in-between that lights up, gifts and refuses the clearing itself as its sway. G314 Decision onto being positions all beings in another joining that retrocedes into another swaying. Being and sways the clearing enowns in the in-between of settlement of the countering and the strife, clearing sways over ubirwist being. 87 Truth. Truth is the clearing that belongs to being as enowning. Clearing, settling the countering and the strife onto the openness of their intersection. Clearing is, clearing of settlement. Truth is the clearing of settlement, that is, clearing of enowning. Clearing of settlement says, the removal unto and the making room of what is released into separation as what is allotted to itself, is ennowned in ennownment, happens and is born in settlement. Clearing sways from out of settlement and renders settlement its own. Clearing is never an empty openness bereft of determination, not even the openness that belongs to some sort of a being that is intended in advance voortgemeentenzienden. This clearing safeguards and preserves the sway of the settling and simultaneously the sway of the countering and of the strife. As the world is at strife in inner-worldly beings, the sway of clearing sways, only far away in the open drossen, as the self-showing of beings, the self-showing claims the inceptual sway of the clearing. The sway of truth can never be inquired into by starting off from self-showing. Lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, sheltering unconcealment, openness, clearing. The context named by these names is a historical one and is thus determined by being. What these names name cannot be established by a definition and arbitrarily addressed to everyone so that everyone with his natural understanding, which is lodged in the hitherto everydayness of opining meaning, understands it right away. What is required is preparedness G3:15 for thinking being, even at the point where elucidating lambda theta epsilon iota alpha historically is seemingly what counts above all. That preparedness comes along simultaneously with the transformation of the relation to the word. Within the Greek metaphysical thinking, this experience and knowledge of lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is concerned entirely with the unconcealed itself as such. What follows this concern and the unconcealment that is only thus experienced is the presencing of the constant. Satisfied and more than satisfied with the astonishing presencing itself, Greek metaphysical thinking does not ponder upon and does not question the presencing that already sways unto an openness and the constancy that is situated therein. However, epsilon nu alpha iota is nevertheless allocated to the relation to nu omicron epsilon nu, and both are thought as belonging together. Certainly, but nu omicron epsilon nu is the comportment of the self-present man, and receiving as such is an unrecognized making present of what is present which is equally unthought in its time character. Furthermore, in Greek metaphysical thinking it is not thought and asked what that is, into which and through which receiving, so to speak, extends and spans itself in order to take and to have what is present as such. But does not Greek thinking nevertheless succeed in taking a step forward? Does not zeta upsilon gamma nu, the yoke that subdues and bounds nu, omicron sigma alpha, and nu omicron epsilon nu together, indicate that lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is not only represented as presence of beings, as being, but is simultaneously thought as that which in receiving, so to speak, resonates over what is present in order to grant this receiving the arc unto beings. At the risk of over-interpreting the matter, we must, of course, be prepared to experience how being is thought here. Simply put, being is not thought here as the most general property that is extant in beings, but as the presencing which above all lets receiving resonate unto the presencing and belong to the presencing, sigma iota as rising prevailing. Obviously, the designation yoke seems to come from the outside and appears to strengthen the opinion that two extant things, namely a being and a soul, are underyoked and harnessed together. This does not merely appears to be so. For the Greeks, G3:16 representing has to clarify this too from out of the presencing, whereby obviously the sheltering unconcealment is not validated with a view to openness. And yet, what do delta lambda omicron nu and delta eta lambda omicron nu say? They say revealing, but indeed without inquiring into openness itself. Here openness is as little inquired, and is as little inquirable and question-worthy, as the sheltering unconcealment that is represented along with sheltering concealment. And here just as little is inquired whether presencing as abandoning and relinquishing of sheltering concealment is a specific happening in itself, something that cannot be put together and calculated from out of the properties of a being and activities of the soul. It remains outside Greek thinking that sheltering unconcealment is presencing and this presencing is unconcealing and thus sheltering bergung and concealing verbergung, and all this is what has thereby become experienceable. Hence, in spite of the directives that one gathers, for example, from the simile of the cave, still grasping the sheltering unconcealment as openness of beings is already un-Greek in the noteworthy sense that, with this grasping, what is inceptually Greek in the thinking of being, for the first time becomes actually ponderable as what is owned over to us. For if we do not preserve the beginning, then we fall out of history, we belong no longer to being and its necessity, but merely to beings that are historically planned in good order and abandoned by being. For the Greeks, the unconcealedness of beings and manifestness of beings mean presencing, that is, being, and that means beingness, and that means a being as such, that is, a being. Later on, however, neither presencing, even in its inceptually concealed time character, nor sheltering concealing and openness are interrogated and become worthy of thinking. And insofar as we specifically name this, that is, presencing, sheltering concealing and openness, as question-worthy, we are no longer thinking metaphysically. However, what remains most remarkable is that in the Christian doctrine of faith and salvation, that is, where revelation is expected to handle the ultimate questions, the revealedness of G317 ans is completely leveled off, and on the path of Roman and juridical thinking, everything is modified into what is right, and everything modified according to correctness. Therefore, the manners of talking that Christian theologians have taken over today concerning the revelation of being are expressions and propagandistic constructs that are not at all adequate to that which these theologians have to think in keeping with their dogma as ens creedum. With the modification of lambda theta epsilon iota alpha into mu omicron omega sigma iota and adequatio, and with the modification of this adequatio into certitudo and the certainty of having consciousness and being conscious of, and with the modification of this certainty as certainty of self-consciousness in the very essence of absolute knowledge and absolute spirit, and with spirits falling off into the scientific technical historical experience, and with the incorporation of this experience into live experience, in short, through the metaphysical history of truth, every possibility within metaphysics is ultimately removed for thinking lambda theta epsilon iota alpha in the direction of presencing, sheltering unconcealing, and the openness of the open. All of this already names something that is never accessible to the thinking of metaphysics, representing beings in their beingness, something that by contrast is already said from out of the thinking of being. In Greek, unconcealment means presencing, whereby Greek thinking neither inquires into nor grounds the time character of presencing and the sheltering concealing. And that is why unconcealment, too, had to give up its mastery soon, the mastery that unconcealment could have maintained only with the unfolding of its sway. And now we might ask where the necessity of inquiring into the time character of presencing and into the sway of sheltering concealing and into unconcealing comes from. Whence the necessity of thinking the open and the openness of beings. This necessity can only arise from out of a distress. And the distress itself? The distress belongs to the unliberated excess of the swaying of being itself. That this is the case is what determines this moment of our history, that this is the case is what destines us into a history that as the history of being not only does not admit any human measure but also G318 blocks the divine insofar as the divine is misused as the ground of explanation and is depreciated as a mere refuge. 88 Being and measure. For metaphysics, being as beingness is unhesitatingly rokai and thus the measure, that is, the absolute, the unconditioned, which is what representing then calculates out of, and for beings themselves as the constancy of what is present. Along with the function which measure assumes, thinking in terms of goal takes the lead, tau lambda omicron, inceptually a determination of presencing and its rounding unto itself, an echo of sigma iota, gets modified into finus, modified into the abstracted and presupposed goal of proceeding up to dain and progressing ahead. Ultimately this progressing ahead becomes itself the goal. And this goal, wherever it is seemingly overcome, is then only hidden in the enactment of mere vitality of living for the sake of living, the eternal people and some such thoughtlessnesses. But being is never a measure. For its truth above all else says that nowhere in beings is there a measure, because as ownhood beings are owned into the question worthiness of decisions, owning, which alone grant the nearness and remoteness of gods and out of which comes the silent struggle for the strict transformation of man. 89 Being history. History of being, announcement of truth as clearing, in the first beginning the gifting which had to be followed by a denial, Because being itself as beingness is made serviceable to the preeminence of beings. The denial unfolds itself as the reversal vercarrying of the sway of truth into mu omicron omega sigma iota, correctness, certainty, justice, the leveling off of truth into beingness as machination G319, the machinational openness of beings as publicness, the indifference vis-a-vis the sway of truth, the effective das Worksame as the measure of effectually work liken, and this as actual beings. The hidden abandonment of beings by being. The ennownment as disennowment. The sheltering concealment of refusal, and yet the hint at the refusal, and so out of inattentiveness hint and sets into all beings and their beingness, the hint at the swaying of being itself. 90 Ennownment and attunement. In the first beginning, neither ennownment nor attunement enter into the unfolding of the sway of being. And yet, unrecognized in their sway, both are nevertheless thought in other shapes. The ennownment conceals itself in the belongingness of nu omicron and of lambda gamma omicron to being, a belongingness, which as a result of the lack of knowing awareness of the truth is not mastered and is not masterable, that ultimately leads to displacing beingness, as objectness, unto man, as subject, so that the question of being and the swaying of being hide themselves behind the problematic of the conditioned and unconditioned subject-object relation. This relation at the end brings itself in the whole to predominance as machination, wherein the effective counts as the actual and this in turn as beings and as the living in a broad sense to which live experience remains subordinated. The sigma iota of the first beginning becomes machination, the belongingness of nu omicron epsilon nu and epsilon nu alpha iota turns into the relatedness of life and live experience whereby live experience appeals to the organic which it grasps as the sheer machinational calculation and planning. Machination is the complete dissembling of ennownment, and when it is experienced as such a dissembling it can indeed become a hint G320 into the refusal which lets beings rave in the abandonment by being. Attunement belongs to ennownment, as the tune stimmi of being attunement attunes the ennowned, what is attuned to grounding the truth of being, into a grounding attunement, an attunement that becomes the ground for grounding the truth of being in Dasein, the attunement that enjoins Dasein as such while attuning it. This is to say that grounding attunement not only is not a feeling, a capacity among other capacities of the soul and of the subject, but also that it is the ground of all comportments that thoroughly attunes them. This is to say also that grounding attunement is not merely that within which one finds oneself Befindlichkeit. In the attempt that is made with Senuendizeit this interpretation of attunedness does indeed think from Dasein and for the sake of Dasein out of the being historical question of being. And yet instead of taking seriously the announcing character of attunement, this interpretation succumbs to what is insidious in the naming and the concept of attunement by shifting it, as an occurrence, to the side of human being. In this context the main hindrance is the ever-first inceptual and metaphysical interpretation of attunement as pi theta omicron and affectio. Even if we avoid misinterpreting alpha delta, Chi-Rho iota, and every pi theta omicron in a subjective modern sense, or just in a Christian psychological sense, even if we intimate that these attunements, like nu omicron and lambda gamma omicron, belong together with being, even then the fundamental admission must be made that admits the undecidedness of the sway of attunements and recognizes in this undecidedness the ground for the subsequent displacement of attunement into psi upsilon chi, animus, even cogitatio and into consciousness. If lived experience takes full possession of the interpretation of the sway of attunement, then every prospect disappears of ever being able, within the metaphysical interpretation of being, to render experienceable the ennowning character of attunement. Here too what is undecided from earlier on evades the one decision, namely the decision of the truth of being, that is, the decision which itself has to be ennowned. G321 Only the ennowned ones are capable of deciding. That is, only out of the resoluteness towards the projecting open that throws itself free unto the inabiding Dasein are the ennowned ones capable of bidding farewell to representing and perceiving, intuition, intuitus. Resoluteness here reaches only so far as the preparedness for the ennownment. Resoluteness is never the same as mustering one's own contrivances. 91 The T/here as the upground of the in-between. The T/here is never the here, there as a name for presencing, but rather that wherein such things as presencing sway. The T/here as the clearing for every possible where, here, and there, but also for then and when, as in at that moment, when he came. A. The T/here lights itself up in Dasein. However, Dasein sways as the perseverance of the in-between, a perseverance that is grounded in the belongingness to enownement. The in-between is enowned by enowning as that wherein enowning finds itself in its swaying. To this swaying belongs the originary onefold of the in the midst of and amongst, the temporal spatial clearing. The in-between within which the trajectories of strife and countering cross among themselves, and radiate unimpairably in the clearing in all directions. 92 Dasein. Dasein is neither the condition for the possibility nor the ground for the condition of the possibility of man as what is now extant. Rather, Dasein is that belongingness that, holding unto the ground, belongs to the clearing of being. Although, all the works from Sennuendizide up to G322 vom Wesen de Gruns, as the threshold, still speak and present metaphysically, the thinking in these works is not metaphysical. And yet, this thinking does not succeed to reach the unfetteredness of its own ground. Therefore, what is communicated in these works is ambiguous, but not to the extent that because of this ambiguity a pondering would become impossible. Dasein's ownmost is being historical. 93 Dasein of man. Here too the genitive of is to be thought being historically. Dasein is of man, is owned to his ownmost in the sense of a transformation of the ownmost that is uniquely determined beforehand by being. Given this manner of his ownmost, man is enowned unto being, is enowned by being. Dasein, the swaying side foreshadowing man's ownmost in the guardianship of the truth of being. Dasein names the being historical distinction of man in such a way that it is nothing human as contrivance, attitude, and comportment. But Dasein is human only in the sense that Dasein claims man for the transformation of his ownmost. A. Dasein can persevere only as inabiding, in the history of being as owning, and only through grounding the ground. Dasein is never something we run into, it is never to be demonstrated. The arising and owned inabiding in Dasein is the indication of the extent in which man ventures forth in his ownmost history in order to be in, and to be this history. G32394. The hint at Dasein. Within metaphysics, the place of man as a being in the midst of beings as such is still indicated by the understanding of being. However, considering all that is established within the guiding context of the question of the truth of being concerning understanding of being, understanding means, projecting opening the truth of being. And with this, we reach the axis of the turning in crossing, which is not a reversal. Understanding of being does not count as a property B, nor does it count as the fundamental distinction of man in the propertied sense. In an onward lead, understanding of being does indeed look merely like a more fundamental version of reason. However, understanding of being is the swaying ground of man as he is already destined to an ownmost transformation. The projecting opening is thrown, is placed into inabiding the openness of projecting being open. This placedness into inabiding arises from out of a displacement that originates as attunement from the tune of stillness, from being itself. This placedness is what is enowned in enownement. Within the crossing, the understanding of being is thus an ambiguous determination. Still, it points in the direction of reason and subject, but from within a clear knowing awareness it is nevertheless the destruction of all subjectivity of man, and simultaneously the overcoming of the failure of the first beginning. Being is no longer the unconcealment of the rising presence and thus itself a pure presensing that is ungrounded in its truth. Being is in no wise relative to a representing subject and life, i.e., relative to what makes up the a priori. The possibility of anthropomorphy is shattered. Asterisk. G324. But what does the ownedness Eigentlichkeit and the unownedness Uneigentlichkeit of Dasein mean? The unownedness is grasped as falling unto, that is, being claimed by beings. Herein is indicated that the mindfulness of being is what is fundamental and exclusively guiding. The falling unto beings is the affirmation of machination that is hidden to itself. However, What needs to be shown above all is that this falling is not an error, but together with thrownness remains the one ground and shelters within itself an unmastery of being, beingness, that is nevertheless open. Correspondingly, ownedness does not mean a particular existential interpretation in accord with a moral ideal. Here again ownedness bears merely a hint into the selfhood of Dasein, a hint into the disclosing resoluteness as joining into the truth of being. As existentials, ownedness and unownedness are not labels for a new anthropology and the like, but rather the directives to the swaying of being itself that attunes Dasein for making the truth of being its own Ernennung and attunes Dasein to the lost. See. What is communicated here by itself assuredly gives the false impression that it is a particular anthropology. However, equally assuredly, on the whole and from the outset and to the end and everywhere, is the fact that what is exclusively asked here is so unambiguously the question of being as the question concerning the meaning of being, that at least an attempt is made for once to think through what is said from out of this question and only from out of it and to set aside all the familiar opinions. G 32595. Dasein. Dasein is incomparable, and admits of no perspective within which it could still be lodged as something familiar. Dasein forestalls all mania for explanation. Explanation, calculation, can no longer retain the claim to grasp being within the clearing that holds unto the abground and in stillness arises from out of Dasein. Any yielding to the machinational has forfeited the ground and the sustaining domain. Explanation no longer says anything, it merely gets entangled in the non-being and thus still retains a duration that is long since swept away in itself, while something else already and in a different way has let the truth become the time-space of beings. How then should Dasein ever be explained? It should not even be declared unexplainable. Strictly speaking, Dasein is to be thought being historically. It is the grounding that is owned by the sway of being as the grounding of that truth that is being's own and is the grounding that inabides the knowing awareness of being as owning. Therefore, although remotely, yet decisively, there is still the basic interconnection between Dasein and understanding of being. In no respect is Dasein a determination of a being, neither of an object nor of a subject, nor of a being as such that is somehow thought. Dasein belongs solely to the swaying of being that has relinquished beingness, and out of the truth of this swaying comes into knowing awareness and word. Hence, Dasein cannot be found either in a being that is somehow extant, or in man. Dasein is not demonstrable. It can never be shown and exhibited as an object, just as little in terms of lived experience. Therefore, right from the outset, Dasein is to be thought hermeneutically, that is, only as the projecting opening of a distinct projecting open, namely the projecting opening of being unto its meaning, that is, unto its truth as clearing. G 326. Hence, Dasein can also never be derived from a projecting opening of beings in the whole as a projecting opening that in some ways has to be appropriate to the metaphysical representing. However, that projecting opening of being takes the thrower itself along unto the opened clearing wherein the thrower recognizes itself as an owned thrower. This projecting open that carries the thrower along and transposes it, enacts in itself a fundamental transformation of the thrower insofar as the thrower is called man. Thereupon the guardianship for the truth of being begins. But why is Dasein grasped as temporality? Because even from the perspective of metaphysics and indeed from its beginning the T/here as clearing becomes initially discernible within the swaying of time-space. Here by time and space do not mean the place and the sequence of the series of now, but rather the beforehand unifiedly swaying clearing of being. However, the fact that being resides in such a clearing is borne out by the interpretation of being as omicron sigma alpha, presencing and constancy. Of course, the inquiry into the temporalitat of omicron sigma alpha already resides outside metaphysics and can be inquired into only and already from out of the grounding question concerning the truth of being. Temporalitätlichkeit of the T/here, means the clearing that removes unto. That is why what mattered in Senuendizeit was to offer a hint at Dasein in and through temporality. Here temporality is thought neither in a Christian sense, nor in general as the opposite concept of eternity, unless one would truly grasp eternity, the epsilon, as determination of being, and would inquire into what this determination and its preeminence mean within the interpretation of being, and wherein this determination is grounded, and to what extent at all constancy and presencing overwhelmingly dominate the relation to beings as such. However, if the eternal is taken in an exclusively metaphysical sense as an independent actuality, or if the eternal is thinned out as the ideal and the validity of values, and if temporality is assessed in concordance with values, then any grasping of Senuendizeit is in advance made impossible. Positions taken in this direction G327 entirely belong to those positions that understand Dasein virtually as extantness, existentia, tau sigma tau iota nu. Indeed, within the crossing, the word and the concept of Dasein have an ambiguous meaning to the extent that we hold on to this word Dasein, and insofar as Dasein means something incomparably other than what it means in the phrase Dasein, that is, existence of God, or what the word Da means in Dasein when we say the uncle is Da, that is, he is here. There is nowhere a grip for grasping Dasein other than in the inquiry into the swaying of being itself, because Dasein, without ever becoming merely a being, onhood, is, according to the manner of the swaying of being itself, always the anound of being. Considering the early directives in Senuendizeit that concern Dasein, one gladly observes that what gets established in this work is already held in sight, and is already presupposed, and is later on demonstrated as pure invention, as if in this domain there could be inventions. With this objection one believes to have unmasked, as spurious, the core of the undertaking in Senuendizeit. But one has no inkling that with this allusion to what is to be demonstrated as what is grasped beforehand, one names precisely that upon which everything depends, that is, the projecting open. Nowhere in Senuendizeit does the opinion prevail that man is something extant that could be gaped at unconditionally. Nowhere is it maintained that if this gaping is carried out enthusiastically and long enough, then one day Dasein could be discovered in this extant being. What ensues from this presumption then is that one contrasts this presupposed and one-sided anthropology with other anthropologies, and tracks down the author's personal presuppositions and valuations, and tolerates the whole thing perhaps as the peculiarity which in its time, that is, in the supposedly questionable 14 years, could only once become possible under the influence of the metropolitan conception of man. Having in this way put together from all sides the one-sidedness and limitations of the standpoint of Senuendizeit, one believes oneself to be finished with this work before one could succeed to enter even the remotest sphere of that unique question in whose purview the stages of this work are thought and said. G328 Dasein is the historical ground of the clearing of being, a ground that is n-owned from out of n-owning. Dasein is the reticent counter-resonance of the tune of n-owning as inabiding the stillness wherein what is of ownhood, das Eigentumlich is n-owned in its ownhood, and beings are decided to pay tribute to being. Dasein is to be grounded only as inabiding the n-ownment of enowning, that is, from out of being. Therefore, any attempt at grasping Dasein predominantly or even exclusively with a view towards man remains inadequate. The Dasein is equally fundamental for God and is equally fundamentally determined by the relation to the world and the earth which preserve their swaying ownhood in Dasein. Nevertheless, the relation of Dasein to man in the sense of an owning to, and hinting mindfulness and naming has a preeminence that requires that the immediate projecting open of Dasein goes through man, see Senuendizeit. But precisely hereby man is already in advance no longer thought anthropologically, that is, metaphysically, but rather is grasped from out of his understanding of being, which unfolds itself as the guardianship of the truth of being. In this vein, right from the beginning, and in contrast to the entirety of metaphysics, every dishumanization of man through his mere self-assertion, the subjectivity, is overcome. If man is no longer the image of the Judeo-Christian Creator God, does it follow from this that he is then the image of himself? Not at all. Especially not, when the relation to being, the inabiding the truth of being, makes up the swaying ground of man. The only conclusion to be initially drawn for being historical thinking is this: man is not at all the image of an other entier, but he has his most, indeed his distinctly own most, by virtue of his relation to being. The ownness Eigenheit of man's own most is not the self-seekingness of a willful positing of the essence, but rather belongingness unto being, that is, unto what is most unique, which as such does not know an other like itself. G 329. All along Dasein undertakes the history of the grounding of the being historical incomparability of human being. This alone also guarantees the expectation of God who, as the last one, has left behind all correspondences to what is of the nature of man. Just as little as the world and the earth remain unaffected by the swaying radiation of God, just as little is Dasein, and owned by being as settlement, ever related only to man as his ground. 96. Dasein is always mine, cf. Senuendizite. Especially now when every single scholar in philosophy endeavors to think from out of the community and for the people, how offensive it sounds that Dasein is always mine. How convenient it is to deal out a decisive blow at fundamental ontology with which one cannot come to terms, since now individualism can be rendered obvious even to the most stupid eyes. And which objection is more unsettling to the thinking of everyone than the objection of individualism? Look at the wretched simpletons who are always capable of discovering their own folly in the thinking of others and especially in the thinking of their opponents. Dasein is always mine. What does this want to say? It wants to say that in abiding the T/here, the renunciation of all superficiality of the inner subject and of the I, can be taken over and enacted purely and only in the self. It wants to say that only when the truth of being is entirely and exclusively mine is the warrant grounded that the truth of being can instantly and only be thine and yours. For how can this truth ever be if thou thyself do not take this truth seriously with G 330 your thou, if with this truth you yourself do not bring into play your enactment of your most own most? Or, should the truth, like an unconditioned indifference, be immediately valid for everyone? However, what should we expect from the readers who are not capable of thinking beyond the first wording that sounds from the first sentence of the first printed page, who, right from the beginning, refrain from resolving to follow a pathway of thinking that is presumably not their own and to bid farewell for a moment to their wrongly understood and permanent mindness? What should we expect? Nothing. Or, is it also not something that year in and year out one copies from the other the same thoughtlessness? This is, of course, something that does not concern the author of Senuendizite, but rather bears witness to the end of philosophy, namely this, that the inceptual thought of being can no longer be thought in its simple distress, that the groundlessness of its truth can no longer be experienced, because everyone knows much too much, because everyone is capable of mixing up everything with everything else and of setting anything in a calculating and comparing relation to anything else and is allowed to lump together in a single operation anything with anything else. Dasein is that which is always mine, the grounding and preserving of the T/here is owned over to me myself. But self means resoluteness unto the clearing of being. In other words, the self-perseverance of the self is owned over to the disannulment from every vain and accidental egoism, is owning over unto an owning. G 331 XXVII. The being historical thinking and the question of being. G 333-97. The being historical thinking and the question of being. The question of being is a question that inquires into being. Should this proposition count as an elucidation or is it only a rewording of the phrase the question of being? Whoever has attempted to elucidate the question of being as a question in order to put the inquiry solely on its track and enact it, will recognize how decisively this elucidation has already settled the question of being so that no reservations arise any more about the manner of this inquiry and its legitimacy. The question of being that inquires into being, inquires into the being of beings, inquires into what beings are. The question of being questions beings with regard to their being and thus inquires equally decisively into beings. Such an inquiry into being moves from a questioning of beings back to being so that here being counts in advance as that whose naming as beingness of beings disputes the response to the question of being. That into which this question of being inquires and what is questionable for this question, that is, that with respect to which as the interrogated the response is still to come, turns out to be beings. It is from beings that the manner of asking the question of being and its response is decided. Specifically, beings are questioned with regard to their rokai. And Rokai is that from which, as from the first, beings as beings are and are what they are. The Rokai has the twofold meaning of gamma nu omicron, kappa omicron iota nu nu, in view of which beings are determined in what they are, and of alpha tau iota omicron nu, the prime cause, through which beings are produced. Beings' presence in gamma nu omicron as such and in alpha tau iota omicron nu as that they are. The twofold meaning of Rokai operates within the leading meaning that obviously does not exist for itself and according to which the gaze turns generally to what is present, that is, to that which lets beings themselves be present in their being what, was sen, and in their being that das sen. The primariness of Rokai is one of presencing and constancy. Why? Cf 104. Phi sigma iota and metaphysics, and 106. Being as phi sigma iota. G 334. This brings to light the extent in which already the grounding experience of beings as such becomes an occasion and impetus for letting the question of being become the question of Rokai. The fact that an inquiry is made into Rokai is not a form of questioning in general that is predetermined from somewhere, and finds its fulfillment in equating Rokai with being. Rather, there lies in the question of Rokai itself the decision to represent being, without questioning it, as presencing and constancy and to experience beings as what are present and constant. To what extent? The inquiry into the principles, regardless of how they might be determined, does not have the indifference, non-bindingness, and self-evidence, that one would like to attribute to this inquiry. On the contrary, to inquire into the principles, Rokai alpha, means to raise the question of being in the elucidated sense, respectively to take this question over as the question that is raised and wherein one dwells, and to operate within the sphere of the possibilities of responding to this question. In truth, this manner of inquiring into being inquires by passing over being, and as it passes over being takes it up in its not yet end-grounded determination, presencing, constancy, and thus supplies the response to the question, a response that, strictly speaking, counts only for beings. This inquiry into being is made directly by and for a being, by man, in such a way that this being too is established in advance in what this being is and in that this being is, and this again only on the basis of the experience of beings as what is present and constant. The questioner of the question of being is also the one who responds to this question. Responding in this context means, representing the Rokai of beings in the mentioned twofold interpretation, and producing the Rokai representationally, so that with the help of asserting the response beings may explicitly reside and be constant in the presence of the constancy of Rokai itself, that is, beings may be. Accordingly, the question of being moves in the direction of the explicit, articulated and sayable, securing of being for beings as such in the whole. This inquiry into being ceaselessly passes being by, passing by in G 335 the Greek sense of pi alpha rho whereby that which is passed by inquiringly indeed presences but not as such, so that being simply presences in this inquiry that passes being by and yet is not itself inquired into in the way and according to how it is itself already determined. This inquiry that passes being by represents presencing and constancy in a certain way, but never in the light of that which is experienced in such a representing, namely the present and the duration, that is, a specific temporalizing of time. For this inquiry into being that passes by being, being is what is unquestionable, and what absolutely needs no questioning. The question of being of the kind that inquires after beings as such by inquiringly passing by being, which also procures for itself the response, receives its history, the consequences and diversity of the basic stances that are possible from within this history, primarily and apparently exclusively from out of the ever-dominant direction of the experience of beings in the whole as such, and thus out of the experiencing and questioning man. And yet, the allusion to the uniqueness of the so-shaped question of being gives an inkling of how inevitably this question is determined by the manner in which beings as such are shaped in advance, one does not know from where and why, in other words, how the unquestioned sway of being itself is interpreted, that is, laid out into presencing and constancy. In turn the question of being holds itself already in the specific way in which beings in the whole as such are opened and have thus become knowable and questionable. The jointure of this opening of beings into the openness of their sway, that is, into the openness of beingness that is determined as constancy and presencing, is increasingly sustained by the question of being and shaped and consolidated in various directions and stages. The unfolding and shaping of that jointure by the question of being received, then, the name of metaphysics. In its sway metaphysics is that jointure itself and is thus grounded upon that from out of which the jointure is enjoined. The proposition, the question of being inquires into being is a commonplace and yet at the same time contains a directive to G 336 what in Occidental history is most sheltered and concealed, provided that not only this history but also the sway and the mastery of history as such are grounded upon that which was indicated as the opening of the sway of beings as such. Nothing supports the view that the question of being as a question that inquires into being in the manner just indicated exhausts its exclusive possibility or even satisfies its own most necessity. Everything the whole of metaphysics in its sway and throughout its history necessitates that this very same question of being be asked in a fundamentally different way. However, this necessitating cannot originate from within metaphysical thinking itself, since this thinking is totally consolidated in itself, and in its own way autocratically sticks to itself and, therefore, can only entangle itself more self-seekingly in its own way of questioning. The history of metaphysics, the manner in which in this history the question of being increasingly and decisively passes by being in its inquiry, the more the questioner, man as subject, with certainty depends on himself and arranges all beings exclusively as a producible vis-a-vis, object, the world as image, as an imageable, representable producible view. All this is a single proof that the question of being is entangled in the jointure of metaphysics. The differentiation between being and beings is so worn out that it becomes tantamount to effacing what therein is differentiated, tantamount to superficializing being to mere wording of an empty content, and all this because beings that are not at all thought out in their beingness are everything that can count as beings in the sense of a makeable actuality. The necessitating for asking the question of being in a different way cannot be awakened and aroused out of, and through, metaphysics. Rather, the whole of metaphysics can become the impetus for becoming mindful of a distress that necessitates the question of being. However, even that requires that the whole of the enduring sway of metaphysics in its present shape as the jointure of the openness of beings as such is already experienced and overcome. G 337 From where should this overcoming come, if not from that which enjoins and determines the jointure of the openness of beings as such? And what else is this but being? The same being that discharges beings as such into predominance till being is forgotten can wrest this preeminence away from beings. Meanwhile, the history of that discharging is of a different kind than the history of the wresting away that is perhaps already commencing. In this history, being itself must obtain a unique mastery, which does not mean at all that being publicly reveals this mastery and reveals itself in this mastery like the predominance of beings that are abandoned by being. Publicness is that gestalt of the openness of beings as such wherein any being is immediately accessible to anyone, even though this accessibility is mostly an unrecognized illusion. What happens then, when beings and the beingness, the a priori, that is always appended to them lose their preeminence? Then there is being. Dan ist das Sein. Then, the is and all language undergo a fundamental transformation. But how does this happen? Which pathway leads to this happening and enables us to know this happening? Only by questioning being itself, and so by asking the question of being differently and by knowing which transformation we must prepare ourselves for, if we want to belong to the history of the transformed question of being. Now, the question of being questions being, so that being may respond, may gift the word which says the truth of being. Now we no longer question being by passing it by so that beings as such continue to be the questionable. We also do not question being by aiming at being auf das Sensio whereby being becomes an object in the manner of metaphysical thinking. We question being itself. The questioning entrusts us to being as what alone is responding. Such a response demands a different hearing out of a transformed hear-kenning that is pliant out of a belongingness to the truth of being that is gifted by being itself. In metaphysics, beings become questionable with respect of being whose sway remains so unquestioned in metaphysics that being cannot even be called the questionless. G 338 For the transformed question of being, being becomes the question-worthy. And yet question-worthiness and questionableness mean different things. It is not the questioning that always exclusively questions being itself that just renders being question-worthy. Rather, questioning is honoring in the sense that questioning allots to being the responding of its truth, indeed as ennowned by being. Questioning experiences itself as the question of being. This question of being that questions being belongs to the swaying of the truth of being, which swaying is the originary history of being. Hence, all and thinking of being from out of such questioning is being historical. The question of being historical thinking cannot be accessed or grasped at all from within and by metaphysics. The being historical questioning of being is the overcoming of metaphysics, which as such an overcoming originates from being itself. Even as metaphysical, the question of being belongs to the history of being, although for metaphysics and through metaphysics this history remains hidden and sheltered. Therefore, it is only an illusion when out of one's heedless opinion one ascribes one's own meaning to the phrase, the question of being. Every attempt of this kind already depends on an interpretation of being that completely and continually eludes the undertaking to name and explain the wording of this phrase. One cannot come to an agreement on the sway of being and on what the is says by convincing others to the contrary. One can only forget and exclude oneself always from the knowing awareness that a truth of being as enowning determines the historicity of every history, and that this truth has already decided on the possibility and necessity of the respective kind of the question of being. Whether we experience it or not, whether we want to admit what we experience or not, we stand now at the crossing from the metaphysical to the being historical question of being. This points to a singular moment of the history of being. Measured by this moment, the inquiries that metaphysically or otherwise dominate the question of being count equally. Only that has grounding power which exposes itself to the history of being as well as G 339 to that singular moment in order to thus prepare a site for the knowing awareness wherein, according to its sway, the truth is experienced as distress. Whether the question of being inquires into the being, of beings, or into being itself in its truth, this is an either or whose deciding ground is kept in being itself. As soon as this sheltering concealing of being itself enters the earliest clearing of a gentle hint, there arises the necessity of a thinking whose decidedness and bindingness leave behind all astuteness of precise rationality and leave to their usual gratifications the extant sentimental needs along with the irrationality of these needs. The being historical questioning of the question of being is the passage through that history whose ennownings are nothing other than decisions concerning man's capability to make decisions vis-a-vis the one who bears his own most as the guardian of the truth of being, that is, the one who compels to the grounding of being out of the gentleness of the gifting of what is most unique, namely the settling of the undecided within the countering of man and God in the strife of the world and the earth. The utmost stillness of the hint of being through which being hints unto itself is the undecidedness of that settlement in the gestalt of the abandonment of beings by beings that assert themselves into predominance as machination, cf. Überlegungen 13, 36f. To question being means above all to take in that hint and not to seek refuge in makeshifts. It means further to have a knowing awareness of the mastery of being without knowing the grounding of its truth. It means inhabiting the ambiguity. The question of being as an inquiry into being projects open beings unto beingness in accordance with a sheltering concealing of being. The question of being as questioning of being, projects open being unto the truth through a projecting that is thrown into being that lights itself up as refusal. G 340 That metaphysical question concerning being that takes the path of passing being by representationally taking it along is grounded in being that as presencing prevails over everything. This being historical questioning of being in the sense of a responding questioning is grounded in the sway of ennownment that as being already admits the questioning solely as the history of being and thus more than ever predetermines the response in its own most as the swaying of being. In the metaphysical thinking of the question of being for which being becomes immediately the predicate of beings, is inferred from beings and again is ascribed to beings, it looks necessarily so that being is either found by man or even invented as a help in need. Being looks like something towards which man either proceeds or does not, something that via representation he procures for himself or even builds, as though being's sway is like something extant in itself. However, the indifference of being vis-a-vis the intrusion of man is only an illusion. This is to say that this indifference is grounded in a kind of self-refusal, so that, experienced being historically, even the seemingly self-empowered awakening of man for ascertaining being is ennowned by being, even the projecting open of being that represents being as beingness of beings, a projecting that does not throw itself free unto the truth of being, is a projecting open that is thrown by being itself, so that in its sway thrownness has to remain hidden, sheltered to the inquiry into being. This hidden shelteredness that remains unknown to metaphysics itself allows metaphysics, in the course of its unfolding, the unconditioned self-certainty of absolute knowledge which does not tolerate any conditioning and whose origin cannot be demonstrated from out of the law of a representing projecting open. The self-empowering of the representing projecting open, of lambda gamma omicron, of thinking, of being goes so far that this projecting open immediately and ultimately determines in which sphere alone, namely, that of thinking, one may speak of beingness. The metaphysical thinking of the question of being is never capable of G341 experiencing that this thinking itself is determined by being. It is never capable of experiencing to what extent this thinking is determined by being. It is never capable of experiencing that such determination is grounded in an attunement that arises out of a tune through which being itself owns the clearing, speaks for stillness, and responds to a question that is still perhaps unquestioned. The being historical thinking of being and thinks being in its truth, whereby and thinking is meant to say that man, beforehand and solely attuned, by attunement, must allow himself to be led into the preparedness for inabiding the truth of being, that is, into the preparedness for the knowing awareness of being. However, in metaphysics man does not count as some indiscriminate being and as a species of animal in general, but as a being that from within the jointure of metaphysics has delimited its own most as animal rationale in order to become, out of such a delimitation, equally decisively pure spirit and uninhibited body. These molds, into which human being is cast by Hegel and Nietzsche, correspond here to the concluding and final positions that metaphysics obtains. The confirmation of the finite subjectivity in favor of the absolute spirit, and the glorification of the body in favor of an unconditioned anthropomorphy are only seemingly different ways for the self-empowerment of metaphysical thinking to get to the position wherein this thinking's lack of an inkling of being's abandonment of beings is ultimately to be secured, the abandonment that has occurred in the meantime. The metaphysical question of being is no longer capable of taking itself seriously. That is why it seeks the favor of sciences and like them finds salvation in what is concrete and proven, which the metaphysical question of being hands over to itself out of the live experience of beings. The strange striving for a real and a realistic ontology is not even the end of metaphysics anymore, but merely the dying away of a phantom which scholarship has produced out of the scholastic form of metaphysics. However, insofar as the history of philosophy masters this kind of the question of being, the history, the mere past of the metaphysical G342 doctrines, congeals in an image which presents neither a bit of metaphysical thinking of being nor of the possibility of mindfulness of the question of being. Thus, divorced from the metaphysical question of being and not seizable by the being historical mindfulness, an occupation with the question of being asserts itself, the doings of which must surely be characterized as a rough semblance of philosophy, but whose achievements should neither be made an object of critique nor the point of departure for mindfulness. We should obtain all the more decidedly those basic stances out of which the difference between the metaphysical and the being historical question of being becomes experienceable in terms of decision, because here the simple course of the history of being compels into the rigor of preparedness for questioning. Out of the metaphysical thinking that occasionally ascribes being as a predicate to beings, the insight had to emerge that being itself can no longer be furnished with the predicates is and be, because in that way, all of a sudden, being becomes a being. Instead, being is nevertheless elevated to nu tau omega nu, which is why that which is being. This is how Parmenides thinks pre-Platonically, sigma tau iota nu gamma rho epsilon nu alpha iota. But here, of course, one has to consider how epsilon nu alpha iota is meant. Since mu eta delta nu is immediately contrasted to epsilon nu alpha iota, it becomes clear that without further differentiation epsilon nu alpha iota means both beings that are, and the being of these beings. However, mindfulness of the inceptual saying, being is, becomes vacuous as long as we do not let being and is have the inceptual meaning, namely presencing presences. What is meant or intimated here is the presencing constancy of the constantness of presencing. However and how appropriately we still penetrate into the inceptual saying of being, we cannot fail to see that the metaphysical thinking of the beginning does not fail to attribute the is to being and knows being as the most being. It is precisely by virtue of this knowing that being should be made distinct herausgehoben from all beings without G343 falling prey to nothingness. The inquiry into being as the most being thus conceives being as whence beings as such are represented. A question of being of this kind does not and cannot take up its abode by the most being, because in this way the most being would lose the distinction of being the first for whatever follows and would thus become merely something in itself, which certainly would presence, but no longer as the presencing that surpasses the presencing of everything present as well as its own presencing. If adequately thought through, the metaphysical saying being is can become an indicator to what extent at all being itself brings its own sway to mastery within metaphysics. The metaphysical saying being is wants to rescue being as the most being and as what is first in relation to beings. The being historical saying being is thinks something else, it does not think the most being as the first, and in spite of saying is, it does not think being as such as a being. The being historical saying says the pure swaying of being, it says the granting of what is charged with decision as well as the taking back of being unto the stillness of the ground. Being is says, and owning and owns the clearing of the in-between and grounds the uncommunal das uneffent like of the fundamental decisions and preserves its sway as incomparable and unapparent. Here swayingness no longer means distinguishedness that likes to foster prominence and predominance, but means that which shelters conceals itself in the mastery of its hidden mildness. The knowing awareness of the saying being is requires inabiding being in such a way that being announce into their ownhood what is contended in contention and the counteredness of the countering. The metaphysical question of being that drives metaphysical thinking even as a question that is no longer specifically asked has its method. In representing beings with respect to beingness, the metaphysical question of being follows a kind of procedure which, as the case might be, indicates simultaneously the categorical being, the actual cause, and the ground of beings in the whole. One can interrogate historically the metaphysical basic stances with respect to G344, the method that each explicitly names, Plato's pi theta epsilon sigma iota and delta iota alpha lambda gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, Aristotle's pi alpha gamma omega gamma, Descartes' Mathesis Universalis, Kant's transcendental and speculative practical systematics, Hegel's dialectic. And yet in this way we do not come upon the actual procedure, which, as the case might be, consists in how metaphysics thinks from beings and away from them towards zeo being, but thinks past being, with respect to its truth, back to beings, and how in all manner of ways beings are distinguished beforehand as the actual and what specific field of the actual is preferred. This procedure of metaphysics cannot at all be grasped metaphysically historically, but only being historically as the manner in which beingness as the jointure of beings is traversed and held firm. Thus being historical thinking thinks ahead already in the manner in which being itself prevails over thinking, representing beings as such from out of beingness, and transposes thinking into its own most, even though metaphysics holds the view that the being that thinks, man, by himself persists vis-a-vis beings in the whole and by himself investigates its causes and its makeup. However, even when metaphysics includes man also in its explanation of the whole, includes this thinking being as a kind of living being, as a kind of spirit, as of finite consciousness and the like, even then because of metaphysics's own sway it can never arrive at the point of experiencing from out of the swaying of being the belongingness of the one who raises the question of being to the sway of being itself and to make such an experience the grounding experience. But to the extent that being historical thinking is capable of grasping the procedure of metaphysics and thus its innermost dynamics, this thinking rethinks metaphysics in a more originary manner. From this we receive the directive that when thought being historically, metaphysics alone, in its procedure and method, has come into sway, that is, the content of metaphysics is thus taken back into the joining of the belongingness of thinking to being. G 345 We grasp this belongingness out of the insight into the ownmost character of thinking understood as the guiding thread for projecting opening beings unto beingness. Insofar as being arises as sigma iota, it prevails over man in such a way that he becomes the one who takes in and gathers, nu omicron epsilon nu, lambda gamma omicron, becomes one in the unity with the swaying character of being. Unity here means the gatheredness out of and back unto the constancy of presencing. What belongs to this is the one, and that means what is. The metaphysical thinking renders beings present with respect to their presencing and in their presencing. And the highest form of rendering present becomes necessary and is reached in the dialectical thought, which, restive and dynamic, solely deliberates on the unconditioned rendering present of all that is conditioned as such in the unconditioned and on the unconditioned's own representing of itself. The predominance of thinking, as the trajectory of projecting opening the determination of beingness as such, arises out of being itself that sways inceptually as sigma iota and, provided that man takes over and claims the relation to beings as such as the basic thrust of what is ownmost to him, thus places man into the mold of the one who perceives, that is, takes in. Once this inceptual decision is taken in favor of swaying, in favor of sigma iota prevailing over man's ownmost, man rescues himself by claiming his ownmost as the thinking animal. Thereupon and in the future there remains the possibility of obtaining in thinking itself and in its unfolding the self-assertion of man as subject and, without the knowing awareness of what happened in the beginning, of consolidating the basic relation to being in such a way that with being and thinking the sway of metaphysics may be ultimately named. The predominant positioning of thinking as the trajectory and domain of projecting opening beings unto being is the distinctive mark of metaphysics. Wherever and as long as this predominant positioning of thinking asserts itself, every inkling and ultimately every preparedness for the being historical question of being fails to materialize. The being historical question of being has no method for investigating the being of beings as well as beings themselves. G 346 Rather, the being historical questioning of being is a pathway and only this. And pathway here indicates specifically a going and a way, it means submitting to a way. Here, way and stride simultaneously enoun insofar as they are enouned by being that throws forth its truth as an owning, throws forth the clearing, wherein being as such sways so that now a prevailing over man into a receiving belongingness to being no longer comes to pass, but the enownement of man into the grounding of the truth of being, man who in the meantime has forgotten being. The enownement unto the distress of this grounding is the opening of Dasein, the hitherto completely barred, and in its ownmost not only strange but also unrecognized, Dasein. To hearken to the tune of enownement means taking that pathway of the question of being as a question that questions being itself as the sole respondent. This pathway does not run outside and over against beings and their beingness. This pathway is a vanguard that admits being itself unto Dasein, is a thrust of being itself. Dasein is the submission to enownement, a submission that is enowned by being. And, as this submission, Dasein is the swaying ground of history, is the falling, grounding, and going under of decisions on the sway of being, decisions made out of being in the realm of the truth of being as such and its grounding. Within the purview of the being historical question of being, the metaphysical question of being wants readily to appear as a mere preliminary stage of the being historical question of being. However, when in being historical thinking the sway of history is grasped for the first time out of the sway of being and is grasped only thus, then this thinking obtains above all that knowing awareness of the sway of metaphysics, which returns metaphysics to its own eminence and in this way renders metaphysics incomparable metaphysics as the foremost and indeed irrevocable enownement of man unto being. Eminence is the grounded soaring into a decision concerning the swaying that endows its own law and measure, and above all and by itself, acknowledges and thus recognizes at all what is exclusively eminent in its uniqueness. The eminent never G 347 acknowledges the eminent through equalization but always out of elevatedness. Metaphysics never becomes for being historical thinking a preliminary stage that is caved unto itself. Metaphysics never becomes a stage at all, but soars in its own inceptuality and thus becomes inaccessible for the pathway of being historical thinking, and as the inaccessible it thus becomes above all an owning, a hint of being itself into the necessity of the other. Elucidation of the question of being through a differentiation of the metaphysical question of being from the being historical question of being always has the semblance of a mere historical classification. The mere acceptance of such a classification leaves everything as it was. And as a consequence of the approximation of philosophy into science, the question of being was already a task of erudition or at best of intellectual creativity. But these two, erudition and intellectual creativity, are not domains that should house the question of being. We must venture to think the question of being as an announcing of the history of the truth of being that cannot be housed anywhere. Thereupon, we should know that only the belongingness of man's own most, belongingness of his history, to the truth of being decides whether once again the uniqueness of a beginning will be gifted to man. And because the question of being is superficialized in the most vacuous erudition and the historical man nevertheless still continues to be allotted to being, even if this allotment comes to pass in the abandonment of being, therefore if mindfulness of the question of being is to venture the innermost of being itself, this mindfulness has to ponder every time what is most superficial. What is most superficial is indeed that undecidedness of the question of being which lets this question appear just like any other question of investigation and interest in knowledge. Here undecidedness does not mean that a response to the question of being is still to come. Rather, it means that the question of being is nowhere posed as a question, it means that this question is never asked out of a necessity and is not referred to anything question-worthy and nevertheless still appears as a problem. G 348. And what must be more confusing than this appearance? By alluding to itself, that is, to its mere appearing in the shaping of world views, positions of faith, further development of philosophy hitherto, all of which are sufficient occasions for attributing, at times some kind of importance to this question as a form of the theory of reality and at times to deny this question any significance, this appearing forestalls any approach to the experience of necessities. However, this groundless and ungraspable obtrusiveness of the undecided question of being that avoids every decision on distress itself originates from being's abandonment of beings and from the unbroken predominance of what is always simply actual. The abandonment of being prevents beings from becoming an impetus to the question-worthiness of being, that is, the question-worthiness of that wherein beings are held, although still held in their unknown most. With the awakening of an interest in ontology and metaphysics, the question of being is not wrested from undecidedness but merely further solidified therein. On the other hand, the genuine mindfulness of the question of being must recognize in that which is this overt appearing, because only in this way will the illusion be destroyed that a preparedness for the truth of being can be awakened with the reproduction and transmission of the transformed doctrines of metaphysics. Rather, the detachment of a mindful thinking must go far enough to sacrifice philosophy hitherto so that mindfulness gains a preliminary foothold from where alone a decisive leap lets philosophy be inceptual as the beginning of the grounding of the truth of being, and thus obtain a beginning again. Therefore, it is good to have a knowing awareness of how little the question of being means the same as the question of being. However, this knowing awareness cannot stick to the differentiation of questioning as modes of comportment and representation. For the differentiation and its differentiated, similarly thinking itself as the knowing awareness of this differentiation, think G 349 as a decidedness that man does not owe to a resolve since it is a decidedness unto which man is owned by being itself as announcing. However, just as being in its beginnings occasionally relinquishes give the sway of its history unto this history itself as well as the manner of its openness, so also the announcement always announces itself. Being's relinquishing preisgabi itself does not mean being throwing itself away to beings, but exposing of itself as the prize for the sake of which beings are beings. Therefore, this giving away of a prize prescape must be a refusal wherein the intimacy of the ennonement is gifted and sheltered concealed at the same time. Only from afar are we capable of recognizing and interpreting the signs of the ennonement and of preserving them in simple words. One such sign is the inceptual word of Parmenides, receiving vernemen and being are the same. Here we have to think conceptually, that which is da seend, nu, and representing receiving belong together. That which is experienced as sigma iota, as the rising prevailing, which also and specifically prevails thoroughly over that which must place itself unto what rises das Aufgehend, the unconcealment of beings. Inceptually thought, here the retainment is the retainment of representing in a being, a representing that itself as a being has to be of the same sway as that which enacts the retainment. That is why in the whole of what is thus unconcealed, a being that represents appears as xi omega, animal rationale. In the first beginning, being is the unconcealing prevailing that as sheltering unconcealment only shows itself to that thinking which represents the unconcealment in its presencing. In the first beginning, being sways and shelters conceals its swaying, shelters conceals the unconcealing and along with it beforehand the unconcealable swaying ground of unconcealing, the enownement. From out of the other beginning wherein being as owning enowns itself in its clearing, enownement lets itself be remembered as the swaying of sigma iota and out of such remembering to know what here enowns itself, namely that of the belongingness of receiving and being. That both belong together is what gives the history of G350 the first beginning which we know as metaphysics, that basic thrust in keeping with which the beingness of beings is held to be true in a projecting opening that represents being and thinking. Out of the first ever lighting up of enowning in the other beginning the following enowns itself, the transformed swaying of belongingness, which as the upground of enownement, is beforehand conceived with a view towards representing. Formerly that of belongingness enowned itself, futurely, this belongingness itself will be that which begins. Being no longer sways as the other to receiving and no longer as the same to receiving. That is why the alternating relationship between representing producing and objectness that arises out of such beginning and which makes up the end, comes to an end. Being sways as the ground of the sameness of the first ever inceptually differentiated. This ground offers nothing that is explainable and explains, it does not allow any refuge in, or a way out, to beings. Rather, this ground is the ground that casts off the predominance of beings and at times as owning itself fosters and grounding in the sense of preparedness for the sites of the swaying of the decision on the undecided, on the settlement of the countering and strife. The differentiated reside in the first beginning as the same, the undecided sway in the other beginning as the intimacy of the dismay that sets free. Therefore, it is only from out of the other beginning that it can be known to what extent the terminating shapes of the alternating relationship between receiving and being have machination as their sway, machination which has subjected everything that is, including representing and producing themselves, to the law of makeability in order thus to delimit by all means that which could have still emerged in such a history as beings. Thus, in the lingering shadow of metaphysics itself even that questioning that questions being could look like monopolizing being, while in the most sheltered concealed ground of the enactment of that questioning, the joinability fugsamkeit unto the other beginning must enown itself, otherwise everything becomes a contrivance. However, the more foundationally G351 the question of being becomes the question of being, and the more it becomes actually historical, i.e., owned, the less this question denies the inquiry into being. Of course, this question that inquires into being is no longer the only one and not the first in rank, but, on the contrary, it is the familiar question and the next step that is capable of upsetting, although never overcoming, the forgottenness of being. However, questioning being is also not the next step that may be enacted after the first step, rather, the inquiry into being is never capable of mediating the questioning of being but is undoubtedly capable of delivering an impetus for this questioning. This impetus is capable of doing what it does only insofar as it is itself already owned. And the inquiry into being indeed remembers metaphysics and has seen through and avoided all ontology, even in the insidious, but in truth already owned gestalt of fundamental ontology that seems to inquire into being in a way that even metaphysics cannot. For metaphysics aims at beings and thus inquires into beings. The inquiry into the truth of being inquires into being, but only seemingly so, for truth as the clearing of the refusal is the foremost ennowment of descent and therefore, insofar as it is thought in and thinking, it no longer tolerates a representing projecting open, but attunes into throwing oneself free. The metaphysical and the being historical questions of being cannot be contrasted and placed in relation to one another like standpoints, and reckoned with as a manipulable relationship. Their interconnection is a historical one, and decides itself futurally from out of the abground dimension of ennonement that preserves what is still sheltered concealed in metaphysics and in its history, the ennonement that does not allow a calculable and historical modification of the basic stances of metaphysics. Throwing oneself free unto ennonement means being vigilant over the undecidedness of the undecided and leaving the undecided to the discretion of its decidability that holds on to the abground. Throwing oneself free unto ennonement is preparedness G 352 for the sway of truth to place itself in mastery, and prior to all truths, that is, prior to all goals, purposes, and usefulnesses to decide beings unto the ownhood of being. The renewed raising of the question of being, Senuendizeit, does not mean repetition in the sense that the same should be attempted once again, as if the history of the question of being would let itself be twisted back unto its first beginning, as if the originariness Ursprünglichkeit of questioning consisted in a historical renewal of the past. To renew the question of being does not mean that it should be treated as a rigidified problem. On the contrary, to renew the question of being means to awaken a necessity for questioning this inceptual question. This can only mean that the question of being will be futurally thrusted into another beginning. But by what means may this occur? By means of that which had to remain uninquired in the first beginning, that is, by means of the truth of being. But to the extent that this truth belongs to being itself as the means with which being, without effect and without needing to have effect, owns the grounding of the ground of its truth, the descent, the displacement unto the question of being comes from being itself. However much, on the basis of the predominance of beings, the inquiry into the being of beings may still continue to be an occasion for the question of being as such, the other question of being remains separated from the metaphysical question by an abyss because of which only a leap that is tantamount to bidding farewell to all metaphysics leads up to questioning. Every attempt at a historical mediation covers over the abyss and provides excuses for immediately weakening the uniqueness of the metaphysical questioning and for calculating the futural inceptuality of being historical questioning into mere modifications and into the hitherto. Besides, the questioning of being historical thinking cannot be communicated, in the sense of transmitting representations. Every questioning and saying here is always only a loosening up of what is tied unto ennonement but has not yet found its necessity in the sense of a G 353 pathway for the grounding of the truth of being, a grounding that is only prepared but never fulfilled by thinking. Hence questioning being means also this, to have to experience what all beings are, while keeping in mind that a being needs no knowing awareness of this experience. It means also to bear up that which humans normally believe to experience as their life while they remain, on account of a forgottenness of being, insulated against taking any step towards the brink of the abground of owning. Accordingly, the forms of communicating being historical thinking cannot be invented and planned, sayability and hearability are reserved for the swaying of being. Here every coercive force and every intervention is nothing but cowardice. The courage for waiting prepares for expecting, which, however, is not the same as idly waiting for but is preparing for ennonement through mindfulness. Ask being. And in its stillness as in the beginning of the word God responds. You may roam through all beings, nowhere does the trace of God manifest itself. G 355 XXVIII. The being historical concept of metaphysics. G 357-98. The being historical thinking. The question of being historical thinking. The metaphysical question of being as an inquiry into the being of beings, immediately unfolds as the history of metaphysics in the manner of the questionless representing of beings in general. The being historical question as a questioning of being questions being as the respondent, and this questioning is of being, arises now out of the swaying of its truth, and is questioned out of this truth. In the domains of mindfulness, being historical thinking is occasionally called an denken, and thinking, cf above, G46 philosophy as thinking of being. This gives the impression that being is autocratically and merely wantonly contrived, and invented, whereas exactly the opposite is meant. The word denken and thinking wants to say, thinking that is owned beforehand by being, by what is to be thought, and becomes enactable only in a history and as the history of being. Thus, if the word denken is understood according to the ordinary linguistic usage, it is thoroughly misleading and should, therefore, be avoided. In the meaning that is claimed here, denken or thinking is that thinking that is owned by being, a thinking that is to be differentiated from the metaphysical representing that places beings as such before itself. Metaphysics as such will be grasped only when the history of being has abandoned the metaphysical period. Thereupon, metaphysics is the name for the history of the groundlessness of being amidst the preeminence of beings that is permitted by being, the beings that being allows as beingness, kappa omicron iota nu. The being historical thinking is not a historical style of thinking or such a style that exclusively and especially investigates the history of thinking. The title being historical thinking is meant to indicate that this thinking is owned by being itself, an ennonement that makes up the sway of history G 358, cf. Überlegungen 13. This thinking perseveres in a knowing awareness that cannot be brought about or even intimated out of a knowledge of beings. Not even metaphysics, as the manner of the hitherto knowing of being that aims at beingness, is capable of bringing forth something knowable from out of its unknowingness. The knowing awareness arises out of the grounding experience of the distress of the lack of distress wherein being's abandonment of beings becomes manifest as it hints over to becoming owned by the refusal as the sway of being and the being of the sway. By thinking the swaying of the truth of being, this hinting over enjoins what must be called the history of being. This history does not consist of events and of the comings and the goings of opinions about beings, but rather it is what the tune of stillness responds, which tune this history takes over unto the reticence of its own saying. The history that being historically is being itself, is the history that owns and enjoins to ascend in abidingly. This naming is not a designation according to a standpoint or an opinion, rather it begins out of an other beginning in accord with what is own most to thinking itself. Thoughtful thinking is questioning. This thinking itself is never the respondent, not because the response has to be postponed further by an endless questioning that, one does not know why, only moves within itself and entangles itself in itself out of a suspicious pleasure that it takes in itself. The questioning of this thinking is something strictly different, and therein lies the reason why strictly this thinking is never the respondent. The response comes always only from out of that which the thoughtful questioning hears. That is the tune of the stillness unto which thinking thinks ahead, but always only hearkeningly, all saying is hearkenable and attunable through this tune. By contrast, the representing projecting opening of that which stems from before das Vorherige already anticipates G 359 the rejoinder, and already says the other word. Everywhere science takes over the responding and spreads and consolidates the claim on responding and on providing explanatory statements. Thus, wanting to know means to insist on such responses. This then leads to the erroneous opinion that interprets all questioning only as the preliminary phase of such responses, and degrades mere questioning right away as embarrassment and aberration, since mere questioning never arrives at a response. In this way one avoids every attempt at thoughtful questioning because one merely lays in wait for a response, and for whether and how a response may succeed or fail. Thus the excuse is readily at hand that one cannot wait until shrewd thinking comes up with the response, and, therefore, one must give up the questioning. As if waiting for the response and expecting it does not mean enjoining the swaying word that comes from the interrogated itself and cannot be reckoned up by the questioner, as if waiting here is only a prelude and not the unique history of being itself. Since this thinking of the truth of being, and hearing the tune of stillness, is still foreign to us all who come from metaphysics, we reckon with results and dismiss what lends no results. We do not receive the word in that saying in which, when considered calculatively, nothing is actually said. We have no inkling that here nothing is already the veiled tidings of being, we have no inkling that nothing limits our hearing ability for awaiting for, and for exhaustively listening to, what is basically already familiar. We never appraise the other, which can only be a dialogue here that is not a discussion about something at all and does not rely on refutation and being right, but through alternating surpassing of questioning solely gives rise to and shelters an untraversed pathway of mindfulness. The thinking of being never responds itself because it only awaits questioningly the displacement into the attuning tune. G360. And that is why this thinking is also never keen on proving and justifying. Seen from the vantage point of calculation and omniscient explanation, this thinking then looks like an arbitrary claim, like a point of view of an individual. If much is to be conceded to this thinking, then it may count as poetry, a concession that hardly hides a pity for the inability of this thinking to justify and enforce a universally valid accessibility. But from where does the thinking of the truth of being receive bindingness? From out of the ground of the allotment unto the simple decisions. For bindingness here is never the same as enchainment to the order of importance of the phases of explanation, but means liberating man unto persevering in his other ownmost, that is, unto descent. Here, neither an attempt at a rational ground nor at a rational goal, nor at an explanation nor at a usefulness should distort the incisiveness of the knowing awareness of being. And nevertheless such attempts will always be made. Historically and specifically as the crossing, the history of being historical thinking will present an entirely different phenomenon than the phenomenon of metaphysics. A fundamental failure marks the dominating beginning of metaphysics, the failure of grounding the sheltering unconcealment as the truth of being and the being of truth, so that vis-a-vis this beginning, and without grasping its sway, metaphysics appears with its self-certainty as a progression towards higher truth and is filled with triumphs and exploitations. Futurally, the mastery of thinking lies in the reticence of the stillness, in freeing unto the simple, unto the unapparent effect that comes from far away and is only mediated. Rare, alone, in the stillness of exuberance, and out of a never abandoned rigor, this thinking enters the historical word. The ununderstood sign of an echo of the crossing is the obtrusive end of philosophy that is still simply denied by philosophical erudition, because precisely when this erudition as ontology seemingly receives once again a hint at the nearness to the guiding question of metaphysics, this erudition will distance itself the furthest from every thoughtful knowing. G361. Being historical thinking can never respond to metaphysical objections or to objections that draw from the depth of the backwaters of metaphysics. And being historical thinking will never confront a thinking that is related to and attunedly approves zeostimen of being historical thinking with an objection, neither will being historical thinking offer its approval blindly, instead it will maintain more watchfully the purity of the aloneness of the guardianship that is entrusted to being historical thinking and will let the distress become more distressing and the questioning more hearable. Here approval never comes from homonymity of views, but comes rather from the estrangement of a questioning that is held unto the ground. Question and question recognize each other across the unbridgeable abyss wherein they are suspended, an abyss that is the clearing of the same ground and attests to an attunedness that is due to the attuning sound stimmi of stillness. Here all the familiar claims to intelligibility, exchange of views, admiration and rejection that originate in erudition and public systems of writing and talking have become untenable. 99. The being historical question of being. The being historical question of being is an inquiry into the truth of being. This inquiry itself delivers the only possible response in the manner of inabidingness in the clearing of enownement. But what becomes of beings in enowning? If we no longer think beings from out of beingness, how must beings be said? For the first time now, out of the clearing of being, beings can no longer be explained with respect to what they accomplish for something and with respect to their origination, and equally less with respect to the provenance of what is their ownmost. For the first time now the inquiry into beings from out of their being has a ground. Formerly being was merely a refuge with whose help beings were put away in beingness. G362 100. Metaphysics and the question of being, enowning. The belonging together of the decision regarding the ownmost of man as animal rationale, person and subject, and the projecting opening that represents the beings in the whole in their beingness, not the projecting opening that throws itself free, underlies all metaphysics. Yet, out of itself in its swaying as the originary onefold, this belonging together can neither be questioned, nor thought, nor said. Nevertheless, what we see via such a mindfulness of metaphysics as its ground and its inner limit is the foremost reflection of n-owning, the reflection which is still fully bogged down in itself. What counts is to light up this n-owning via that projecting opening that throws itself free from the subjects unknownmost unto Dasein. 101 Projecting opening and projecting opening. Among themselves the projecting openings of beings unto beingness accord with each other in their history. Between these projecting openings a dissociating exposition cannot ensue, but merely the exertion of an agreement vis-a-vis their seeming discord. This discord comes from the superficial view which holds that every representing projecting opening sticks obstinately to what it erects and can no longer grasp what it erects in the light of the swayingness of the same sway, of beingness, of beings. But how can the projecting opening of the truth of being that throws itself free still look like a representing projecting opening and its entire history? Should not here a dissociating exposition take place that has overcome, as the negligible presumptuousness of calculating, all the urge of wanting to prove? The necessity of a dissociating exposition does not come from the irreconcilability of standpoints, but rather from the distress to ground unto the upground of beingness the settlement as the swaying of being. Such an exposition is the transformation of man as subject unto Dasein as the side of inabiding the truth of being. G 363 However, projecting opening the clearing of being is enthroned by being itself. But man must find his way unto Dasein wherein alone the resonance of that throw resonates and fosters the free throw. 102 Forgottenness of being. It seems as if forgottenness of being is kept away from all metaphysics, because it, metaphysics, does indeed inquire into the being of beings. But metaphysics does not inquire into being, and while inquiring into beings and their beingness, metaphysics simply forgets being and its truth. The what into which metaphysics inquires, beingness, pins metaphysics down to that lack of need which does not let an inquiry into being and its truth ensue. Even nothingness is not capable of thrusting metaphysics unto the truth of being as what is primarily question-worthy, since in metaphysics the nothing is explained metaphysically in this or that way. Thus, there lies in metaphysics a forgottenness that has forgotten itself. But where or when this forgottenness is named, there or then already the truth of being, the remembrance unto the clearing of being, is enacted and experienced as distress. 103 The jointure of metaphysics. We will hardly succeed in differentiating being and beings, although this differentiation sustains all metaphysics as such and is inceptually a Greek differentiation. A being looks like the paleness of beings, the paleness that we need for representing beings in general. Be taken in this manner, being G 364 is coordinated to beings, and when pondered upon, being is also represented in the forms of representing beings. Being is once again a being, but only a being that is thinned out. However, if in this way this differentiation remains unclarified and ungrounded as something familiar and uninquired, then within the sphere of this differentiation, that is, within that which this differentiation designates as representable, being itself can never be experienced in its question-worthiness. Thus, being conceals the possibility of its truth and its grounding, and lets beings loose into the mere generality of beingness. This sheltering concealing is the refusal that comes from being itself that sends away into forgottenness of being the empty beingness as refusals unswaying. The unshaken predominance of that differentiation not only attests to the refusal of the truth of being by being itself, but is itself the refusal of the truth of being by being itself. To the extent that it is experienced at all, the differentiation as such and as a whole reveals itself to an other thinking as the swaying of being itself. See, in fact, this differentiation shows the countenance of a contrivance of representing, but in truth, and always subsequently, this differentiation reaches only so far as the decision on the concealing and unconcealing of being itself by being. As a consequence of this refusal of its truth, being does indeed restore the allotment to being of man's own most, but in such a way that man has turned towards beings as such and is from the ground up disenowned by being. The man who is grounded in metaphysics is the one who is let loose into disenownment. This established way of turning towards beings is capable of knowing being only as what belongs to beings as the highest and the most general, that is, as something of the kind of beings, but at the same time different from them. The differentiation makes enownement inaccessible. And if something were ever to show itself from this enownement at all, it has to be a process that happens in the extant man, or even counts as an G365 accomplishment of man in the sense of laying down principles and conditions that are brought about by subjectivity. Thus when or where the a priori is determined subjectively transcendentally, in one respect the differentiation does come more sharply into light, but nevertheless in such a way that the possibility of experiencing the swaying of being in this differentiation is ultimately undermined. In the same vein, the transcendental idealistic interpretation of being as beingness, in the sense of categories, is what conditions in advance the lagging erudite overhaul of the categorial in systems that are supposed to have liberated themselves from the narrowness and one-sidedness of idealistic and other similar standpoints. That is why metaphysics lacks the inner swaying power to think purely the differentiation out of which metaphysics replenishes its own sway, its own predominance and validity. If these were to happen, it would have meant already that metaphysics breaks through its own sway and takes charge of itself. The differentiation between being and beings determines thinking strictly only in that moment when, because of the inquiry into the truth of being, metaphysics is already overcome and being no longer faces the resistance of beingness and of beings. In the moment when the fully knowingly aware enactment takes place, does not this differentiation become untenable? Obviously. Thereupon, this differentiation still serves merely as the surreptitious distraction of being historical thinking to the extent that being historical thinking attempts, out of, and through a grounding of this differentiation, to pass itself off as a mere continuation of metaphysical thinking. But perhaps this interlude of the crossing is necessary in order to experience metaphysics as well as being historical thinking as the history of being and to raise metaphysics to the level of an inceptual decision. G366 104. Phi sigma iota and metaphysics. Only in a rough outlinea does sigma iota names that which we come upon, when we speak of a rising prevailing. Rising is the revealing through which the sheltering unconcealment of what is unconcealed specifically sways besides sheltering concealing and sheltered concealment and dissembling. B. The revealing in the specific sense mentioned above is undetermined in itself and in its swaying character as an occurrence. Indeed, this revealing offers itself only as sheltering unconcealment and this immediately as the beingness of beings. This points out that the rising, revealing, lets beings as such rise unto what is sheltered unconcealed, whereby sheltering unconcealment is the constancy of presencing wherein that comes to word which is called prevailing. This prevailing indicates that a being is drawn into the sway of revealing. Consequently this being itself is not only unconcealed, but is also determined in its own most by its belongingness to sigma iota due to the overabundance of prevailing in sigma iota. This belongingness to the revealing constancy of presencing is a receiving, that is, a perceiving taking in and a forehaving of what is unconcealed as such. The receiving is in itself simultaneously a gathering into the unity Einheit, which does not at all mean indiscernibility innerly but rather the presencing of that which vis-a-vis itself apparently obsways of west. Nu omicron and lambda gamma omicron determine the belongingness of a being to revealing, a being that seen from the vantage point of sigma iota is distinguished by being abundantly prevailed by sigma iota. This being knows itself as man who forthwith immediately compares and determines himself exclusively from out of his difference to other beings instead of determining himself from out of his unique G367 distinction, that is, from that belongingness. That is why reason, nu omicron, lambda gamma omicron, ratio, becomes the mark of distinction vis-a-vis the mere animal. C. However, the sigma iota itself, the revealing, lets the unconcealed, that is, beings, emerge, but sigma iota shelters conceals itself, which is a hint that revealing arises out of a sheltering concealing and that the inceptual sway belongs to this sheltering concealing. From this we could perhaps gather why together with lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, sigma iota itself never attains the brightness of the grounding swaying that is drawn from it and why somehow the uninquired and ungrasped aspects of its sway then degenerate into what becomes decisive determinations of being. The announcing of revealing shelters conceals itself, and this withdrawal belongs perhaps to every beginning, because only in this way can the beginning retain the abundant prevailing. Until now, we do not have a field of knowing, of experiencing, and of saying in order to interpret that announcing out of itself as announcing. Without having any knowing awareness of the question worthiness of this announcing of revealing, we defer immediately to explanations of beings in terms of their most general qualities and causes, and in the belief that one is able thus to obtain a knowing awareness of the physical, that is, of beings in the broadest sense, we submit to the interpretation of man as animal rationale. The epsilon iota nu of sigma iota, it's that and so, cannot be explained. It cannot be strictly explained, since in this context every explanation thinks inadequately and above all forgets that in this context what exclusively counts is the decision towards an appropriate relation to the beginning. And what is this relation? Only those who begin, which means here, only those who prepare a beginning, comport themselves towards a beginning that has already been and whose swaying thus surpasses everything. Such preparation is a remembering out of mindfulness. Mindfulness as an inquiry into the dominating sway, respectively into the dominating unsway of truth, initially hits upon that which we call metaphysics, because in metaphysics as the history of being itself G368 a decision comes to an end on the truth of being, respectively an undecidedness on this truth. Metaphysics does seem simply to surpass all sigma iota and to fall out of its sphere of mastery. However, this surpassing beyond the sigma epsilon iota nu tau alpha takes the beings that are determined by sigma iota above all as a leap off and as an orientation. Thus, if to anything at all, the step beyond the sigma epsilon iota nu tau alpha continues to refer to sigma iota. And thereafter this surpassing goes towards nothing other than the rokai of sigma epsilon iota nu tau alpha. Metaphysics searches for nothing other than sigma iota. And at the end metaphysics thinks sigma iota exclusively as omicron sigma alpha in order to justify the sigma epsilon iota nu tau alpha and to secure them by dwelling among the beings that are uncovered and explained in the whole. Metaphysics unfolds and joins the sheltered unconcealment of beings, and the jointure, consists of the fact that what is present becomes specifically experienceable out of the presencing of what is there from the first as such, rokai, and out of the presencing of the epsilon delta omicron as such, that is, what is present becomes specifically experienceable as what is constant and distant in itself and always properly differentiated, separated, from everything, and is placed in different places. And so makes room for beings within the sphere of being. Metaphysics is and brings about this making room for beings in the sphere of being without experiencing the space of this sphere itself and mastering it in its sway. Metaphysics is the jointure of revealing beings as such, that is, revealing what is sheltered unconcealed, whose sheltered unconcealment determines itself as beingness in the sense of constancy of presencing, determines itself as beingness without any inquiry into, and knowing awareness of, the time-space character of being and its truth. If we say that metaphysics and only metaphysics confirms sigma iota and ultimately transforms its predominance into the unrecognizableness of machination, in short, if we say that metaphysics is the actual physics as the knowledge of sigma iota in the sense of the being of beings, and if we grasp sigma iota as the counter-ground vis-a-vis the enduring tau chi nu eta and its rebuilding into technicity, then with sigma iota we do not mean what was later called nature or even the sensible, but mean rather the inceptual sense of rising G369 prevailing that has nothing in common with the nature and the sensible, just as little as it has anything in common with the supernatural and spirit and supersensible. But as long as we leave sigma iota to these downgrading assessments and obtain it only in abstraction as nature in opposition to history and to spirit and God, as long as we do not see that precisely that which is supposed to be grasped by these concepts owes its swaying origin solely to sigma iota, so long do we think sigma iota too supplementarily and superficially and do not think metaphysics as the jointure of the history of being. And as long as such opinion sets the measure, the overcoming of metaphysics will be subjected to the same assessment. All these confirm being's abandonment of beings. 105 The shape and the phi sigma iota. The shape is not an optical phenomenon, metaphysically it indicates being set unto itself, it means arising into pure presencing. Therefore, it is not enough, indeed it is even strictly inadequate, to lead the Greek thinking of beings, epsilon delta omicron, delta alpha, back to the optical. Rather, the optical, as what is abstracted, as what comes to a halt, as what is encounterable by an added perceiving, has this distinction because it suits best the sway of sigma iota. The distinction of the countenance, delta epsilon nu, delta alpha, as well as the formation of theta epsilon omega rho epsilon nu come later, although they are in accord with nu. Without referring the perceiving and the gathering to the senses, nu omicron epsilon nu and lambda gamma omicron by contrast accomplish more cogently the perceiving and the gathering that make present. The Greeks emphasize the optical because they think being as sigma iota. However, as little as senses as instruments by themselves can posit anything about the sway of being, just as little does thinking being as sigma iota come about because the Greeks are a visually oriented people. G 370-106. Being as phi sigma iota. To think being in the sense of sigma iota means something other than experiencing sigma iota, as being, for we can do away with this as being because sigma iota itself abundantly dominates everything, that is beings in the whole all the while as sigma iota shows itself as the most being. It is only in being historical thinking that already looks ahead into the temporal spatiality as the domain of projecting opening metaphysics that sigma iota becomes knowable in its sway as akin to being seen shaft. One can ascertain historically, although pretty deficiently, that in Greek thinking the concept of sigma iota had a decisive meaning. But that is never enough for enacting the historical mindfulness that shows that sigma iota, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, determine thinking into philosophy as metaphysics. For even there, and above all there where sigma iota is not named, it is still thought, especially it is thought there where sigma iota has branched out, though not arbitrarily, into a multiplicity of meanings, each of which conceals rather than unveils a significant phase of metaphysics, cf. Aristotle, Metaphysics Delta 4. In view of the manner of the swaying of being that is allotted to this thinking, and indeed in view of its unknownness by being itself, this thinking of being as sigma iota requires already the thinking of being itself. By contrast, representing sigma iota as beingness of beings unto beings thinks always already from beings and persists within the horizon of metaphysics. That thinking of being that thinks being as thinks from out of the history of being. That is why being historical thinking, as soon as it discusses metaphysics, remains ambiguous and doubly formed. In one respect being historical thinking thinks more than metaphysics, thinks differently and other than metaphysics, and in another respect, and for this reason, this thinking simply no longer thinks metaphysically in the sense of a deliberated metaphysics because, without even knowing a limit, being historical thinking can no longer shut itself within the horizon of the basic stance of metaphysics and limit itself to this horizon. G 371 Historical mindfulness transforms history and must also know this transformation in order to retain thus its own most unblendedness. 107 How phi sigma iota fosters what is later called metaphysics. Phi sigma iota as rising presencing lets beings as such be. Out of its sway, sigma iota shapes beings into what is constantly present and hence, given how the access to beings is experienced, through representing producing, sigma iota shapes them into what is extant, what lies before, what is laid back unto itself and is lain, in short, pi omicron kappa epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Phi sigma iota as rising presencing bears itself unto its openness that is opened by sigma iota and distinguished by sigma iota. It thus renders beings differentiable among themselves, beings that are in this or in that way, respectively, are there and are then, and thereby are simply differentiable vis-a-vis being. Forthwith, this differentiation has the marks of being, that is, what comes before beings and is in this way common to all beings, kappa omicron iota nu nu, gamma nu omicron as such, is beingness. The projecting opening of beings upon beingness, as representing projecting open, already claims the sheltering unconcealment of being, claims the latter itself as revealing without knowing further the sway of this revealing. This projecting opening that belongs to being itself and owes itself unknowingly to being, makes up the basic jointure wherein beings as such are held, that is, wherein they are. This basic jointure is owned over to representing, and such a representing, setting out from beings and knowing itself in view of beings, then experiences itself as the thinking of that which is not intended in the knowing of beings themselves, but which rather lies beyond beings, and yet thereby proves itself to be what comes before beings insofar as being, the presencing, is thought in view of its constancy. Being is always already what endures best and is thus the constant and the most constant G 372 as such. In this way being is the foremost presencing. This thinking thinks tau mu epsilon tau tau upsilon sigma iota kappa, it is metaphysical, it is metaphysics. Metaphysics is the jointure of the openness that is opened by sigma iota for itself. In this jointure being itself has become a differentiable component and, as it were, it can be represented specifically along with beings, although it is differentiable from them. Thereupon, metaphysics will be taken even exclusively as the representation of this jointure, as the enactment of the projecting open, indeed as the presentation and statement of this representation, that is, as theory and doctrine. Conversely, being then becomes an object of metaphysics vis-a-vis which beings appear to be more being, in which case being will still, to some extent, prove to have the superior right as the cause and the condition that come before representing. 108 Metaphysics. Thought being historically, metaphysics is the jointure of revealing of beings unto their sheltered unconcealed sway, which, when projected open as beingness, is grasped in the sense of the constancy of presencing without the knowing awareness of the time character of this constancy of presencing. By bracing this jointure, beings as such can be represented whereby right away and without an express grounding beings are represented specifically in their being what and being that BG 373 and correspondingly projected open unto gamma nu omicron kappa omicron iota nu tau omicron nu, later ens commune, and unto the first alpha tau alpha, later Deus Creator. Both make possible the study of nu pi lambda, omicron kappa alpha tau mu rho omicron tau iota, and distinguish the study as pi rho tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha. Insofar as the rho chi of nu pi lambda final sigma could be called theta epsilon omicron nu is in this way interpretable as what always presences beforehand. The pi rho tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha in itself becomes pi iota sigma tau mu eta theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa. In itself this theology is what will later be called ontology and, on the ground of the Christian experiences of beings as ens creedum, complemented and explained by the Theologia Rationalis. For Aristotle, pi iota sigma tau mu eta theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa is the noblest of the theoretical forms of knowledge, such as pi iota sigma tau mu eta mu alpha theta eta mu alpha tau iota kappa and upsilon sigma iota kappa, and, together with these, differentiates itself immediately from all pi iota sigma tau mu eta pi omicron iota eta tau iota kappa and pi rho alpha kappa tau iota kappa. This determines in advance the basic thrusts of the history of Occidental metaphysics. Aristotle's pi rho tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha should neither be grasped as ontology in the later sense nor be passed off as Theologia Rationalis in the sense of a specific discipline of Metaphysica Specialis. The pi rho tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha lies before this differentiation and is in itself theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa, pi iota sigma tau mu eta. What was later to become ontological is not yet set aside into the most general representations and concepts, and what was later to become theological is not yet confined to the divinity of a creator God. Rather, the determinations of nu according to its sigma iota, cf. Aristotle's Met. Gamma 1, and according to the first alpha tau alpha, that is, the rho chi, agree in the specific Greek style with the one presencing of the foremost constant that already beforehand bestows upon all the respective individuals and beings the outward appearance of a being and thus preserves itself also in its own completion because it is the beginning in the sense of the first, from where comes all presencing. C. The question towards which some of the early interpretations of Aristotle still tended, namely, in which sense the pi rho tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha could immediately unite in itself both ontology and theology G 374 is, as a question, already not a Greek question. Nevertheless, mindfulness of the theological character of Pyro Tau Eta Iota Lambda Omicron Sigma Omicron Alpha remains a necessity. The onto-theology of the modern metaphysics in Kant, Schelling, Hegel, and Nietzsche becomes graspable and in its ground assailable only out of the Pyro Tau Eta Iota Lambda Omicron Sigma Omicron Alpha. The Theta Epsilon Omicron Lambda Omicron Gamma Iota Kappa Pi Iota Sigma Tau Mu Eta is not theological in the Judeo-Christian sense, but metaphysical, that is determined in the Greek style of thinking. What is represented in the knowledge of nu pi lambda, not kappa alpha tau mu rho omicron, is chi omega rho iota sigma tau nu, omicron mu epsilon tau tau lambda eta, and kappa nu eta tau omicron nu. With the absencing of everything changeable, that is, everything that is referred to such and such outward appearance, chi omega rho iota sigma tau nu means the pure presencing of outward appearance and presencing in this appearance as such. The kappa nu eta tau omicron nu means that which is free of turning over, mu epsilon tau alpha beta omicron lambda, that which is exempted from change, it means pure constancy. D. The constancy of presencing, as the sway of being, can still be expressed metaphysically as epsilon nui, the nunc stans, the now that stays still and is constant, i.e., present equals presence. Thus from out of the sway of the so grasped beingness, eternity claims to be indeed becomes the basic measure of the metaphysical determination of beings. In unison with the guiding projecting opening unto the rokai, i.e., the first which presences forth prior to everything, that thinking arises that takes the direction of the unconditioned and thus the direction of the conditions of the possibility. In this vein, the ultimately possible eternal can only be the eternal return of the same. Inceptually, the sigma iota as being, especially as beings in the whole, is the most being. With the completion of this beginning, beings, abandoned by being, become the most being and, as it were, a substitute for being, provided that a substitute for the most transitory, for the last vapor of an evaporating reality, is still needed. Both the beginning as well as the end of metaphysics, in different ways and because of different reasons, miss the differentiation between G375 being and beings. But even in the course of the history of metaphysics where this differentiation becomes more clear it lacks any justification, it is indeed already the joining in the jointure of metaphysics that for the first time makes possible the metaphysically representable rokai alpha, alpha tau iota alpha, principia, grounds, causes, conditions and values and makes necessary the historical transformation of the basic stances of metaphysics. Although metaphysics inquires into being in a certain way in order thus to respond to the question put by beings as to what they are, metaphysics does not measure up to the thinking that strictly preserves being, and is thoroughly attuned to beings in the whole. Because by entrusting itself to beings metaphysics must renounce the knowing awareness of being, it can never by itself accomplish the grounding of descent, that is, that which vouches for the ennonement of the truth of being unto beings. To this grounding belongs as the foremost contribution of man, magnanimity and forbearance, which equally decisively renounce life's interests and eternal bliss as measures for pursuing and judging beings. As long as metaphysics holds power among beings and as long as this power has solidified itself in the offshoots and imitations of metaphysics, that is, in the Christian and anti-Christian worldviews, being is denied the dissemination into the nothing of the free play of the time-space of a history, into the nothing that arises out of being and sways only from out of being. 109 What is metaphysics? The lecture was Ist Metaphysik. What is metaphysics, which maintains itself in an explicitly limited, yet strictly modern, perspective insofar as it inquires from a modern basic form of relating to beings as such, that is, sciences G376, goes already beyond metaphysics as the determination of beingness of beings. And yet, this lecture designates this going beyond and the so attained positioning of the inquiry simply as the actual metaphysics, so to speak as the metametaphysics. This lecture preserves the historical tradition for a rigorous dissociating exposition, and without specifically naming descent but with a view towards descent this lecture simultaneously indicates something else, namely the question concerning the truth of being. None of the things that is said in this regard, namely the nothing, the dread, the logic, the preeminence of attunement, is by itself thematically significant as far as the content is concerned. What alone is singularly decisive is the experience of that which is not a being and cannot be a being, and yet above all raises beings as beings unto the openness of its sway. In this lecture 2 propositions of metaphysics are mentioned without unfolding them, being historically, in their own most question-worthiness. 1. Being and nothing are the same. Following the guiding thread of the projecting open that represents beingness as objectness, here nothing is understood in the Hegelian, that is, metaphysical sense. In the same vein being is also understood as the most empty and the most general, the kappa omicron iota nu, the most extended framework of beingness. By contrast, this lecture thinks the annihilating nothing as what arises from the swaying of being as refusal, from enownement unto sheltering concealing. Negation arises only from out of refusal. 2. Why are there beings at all and not rather nothing? Cf. above G 267, see Einführung in die Metaphysik, the lecture course of summer semester of 1935. A. When thought metaphysically, the inquiry here is into the cause through which beings are brought about Gestalt, while nothing, as it were, is simultaneously eliminated and suppressed. Here, beings are grasped as G 377 representable and producible, and nothing as the negation of beings in the whole. B. When inquired being historically, the question why are there beings at all and not rather nothing, means, on what ground do beings then obtain preeminence so that being just becomes a supplement, on what ground is the swaying of nothing overpowered, nothing understood in terms of its belongingness to being as its upground? Response: because being's abandonment of beings has let beings loose unto the predominance of machination. And what is this? Cf. Enowning. Although not mastered in the least, the ambiguity of these propositions is intentionally articulated in connection with the ambiguity that the concept of metaphysics has within the crossing, that is, the ambiguity of the concept which as the title for the question of being inquires either only into the beingness of beings or into the truth of being. The Kant book is meant to show that in a certain way Kant is thrust into the sphere of the truth of being, but shrinks back from it and does not know the question that belongs to the truth of being and cannot know that question within the basic stance of metaphysics as such. The interpretation of Kant's transcendental philosophy with a view to schematism and the power of imagination exaggerates deliberately in order to show that already within the history of metaphysics itself there is the necessity of a rigorous transformation of the question of metaphysics. That attempt is least interested in supplying the historical Kant, as he has been. Therefore, one can imperturbably go on to prove the inaccuracy of that attempt. But in this way one proves only one's inability to think through rigorously the question of being. The lecture was Ist Metaphysik, and the book Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik not only originated at the same time, but also belong together as attempts at making discernible the metametaphysics from out of metaphysics and thus to clarify the question that Sen und Zeit raises for the first time. G 378 110. Aristotle, Metaphysics Delta 4 on Phi Sigma Iota. In accord with the position that he occupies at the end of the first beginning, Aristotle grasps sigma iota early on decisively as omicron sigma alpha tau iota, as a kind of beingness. This is to say that, in the meantime, being has consolidated itself, via delta alpha, specifically as beingness, while conversely in truth, that is, according to the sway of being and not somehow only with respect to the course of knowledge, omicron sigma alpha sigma iota tau iota determines sigma iota for the representing projecting open, indeed at the end by Aristotle, as nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, that is, as a certain manner of sheltering concealing prevailing that remains undifferentiated in relation to beings. In Met. Delta 4, 1015 at 12 sq. Aristotle subordinates sigma iota according to its swaying origin to omicron sigma alpha, to being, while still in the decisive unfolding of pyro tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha in Met. Gamma 1, 1003 at 26 square. He says specifically that the rho chi alpha necessarily belong to a sigma iota tau iota as such, which means that the basic determinations of beingness are those of the sigma iota, and that omicron sigma alpha is subordinated to sigma iota. Here, in any case according to the perspective that inheres in sigma iota, its basic sway still shines through, the presence that by itself presences forth ahead of everything, the presence that makes up all presencing as such. However, nu omicron epsilon nu and lambda gamma omicron understood as gathering taking in, i.e., making present, of the prevailing rising are now no longer the only measure for the relation to being and beings. Rather, the pi omicron iota omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu of the pi omicron eta sigma iota, the pi rho alpha kappa tau nu of the pi rho omicron alpha rho epsilon sigma iota, enter explicitly into the purview of the determination of being and correspondingly form the sigma epsilon iota nu tau alpha indeed as a distinguished sphere of beings. But to the extent that being presences in its sway in all manner of ways, the representation of being as sigma iota in the broadest sense is retained, although in a blurred way. 1.a, sigma iota as gamma nu sigma iota, arising, taking place, coming forth, out of the root, erecting into the open of plants, of that which grows, epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, the distinguished G379 relation between plants and sigma iota, blooming of the rose. b. The from where of this arising as from the first, that which comes forth and erects itself, that which already constantly presences in the arising. b. The what and, a. The how. What doubling goes on here already? 2. The from where of the actual motion, of that which is constant by itself. Motion as the presencing of the not yet of the already as such, presencing. Growing, a. As gaining, multiplying, number grows, through mere piecing together, nothing else is needed here than the contact, that is, the joining of the one to the other. That which is joined together is not the one and the same in itself that in advance makes itself into things that belong together. Growing, b. As growing together, as overgrowing. To be one in holding together, in this manner, and this much. 111 Phi sigma iota and metaphysics. In accordance with its historical sway, metaphysics, to which the word metaphysics itself with its strange origination still directly refers, is to be understood as a grasping of sigma iota. However, in accord with what is to be grasped, the constancy of presencing, the rising of what prevails, this grasping is a theta epsilon omega rho epsilon nu that takes being itself into view, that is, lets being presence as rho chi of beings whereby rho chi stands for that from where what is rising arises, and that is rising itself as rising, cf. the fragment of Anaximander. Yet, the rising presencing is emerging into the unappeased openness, it is in itself unconcealing, is unconcealment. That which all metaphysics tries to and must see is the truth, truth as the first and last name of being, yet truth as ungrounded because it is initially thought as the rho chi. G380 112. Phi sigma iota and de lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. The question concerning the truth in the inceptual sense of unconcealment is not at all raised in the beginning, because unconcealment is a basic naming of sigma iota itself, the name for the being of beings. After the inceptual interpretation of beingness had consolidated itself, for the first time the question of truth becomes a question concerning the nature of knowledge. But before that, the fundamental interconnection between beingness, delta alpha, and truth, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, is thought through once again, cf. Plato's simile of the cave, but at the same time already in the transition to the transformation of lambda theta epsilon iota alpha into conformity and correctness. But being historically, truth should not be thought as a characteristic of knowing. Rather, knowing itself and its relation to truth must be grasped as grounded in the sway of truth whereby inceptually, in the another beginning, truth raises itself into the sway of the clearing of being. 113 A lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, A lambda theta epsilon iota alpha. Without hesitation we take the tau rho epsilon kappa, the unconcealed, as that which simply lies in a direction and thus leave the fundamental content unrecognized again. The unconcealed is what is not distorted, is what is not twisted over, is what is not reversed and thus does not turn to the reverse side, but rather turns away from the reverse side, shows the right side. G381 again, what is important here is the undis placed, undis tort emerging in itself of what presences, that is, the emerging of what maintains itself fully in its own most, that is, in the presencing of its what, the turning unto. Via thinking back from here, the sway of the psi epsilon delta omicron is to be grasped. Why are both lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, tau rho kappa epsilon iota alpha inceptually ungroundable? The indication of dash 114 Metaphysics. Being, the rising, the prevailing self-showing, presencing and unconcealing. The gatheredness, lambda gamma omicron, unto the one, here, one-fold is the unconcealing and self-sheltering concealing presencing. A. The receivedness, nu omicron epsilon nu, presencing in the representedness. Having been cited, delta alpha, citableness. That which maintains itself in the completion, tau lambda omicron, finishedness, rho gamma omicron nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha. The most being, as the first cause of all beings, creator, actus purus. B. The representedness, monas, as what is thought in certainty, verum, certum. C. Objectness of the object, objectivity of the object. The unconditioned objectness of the self-showing rationality. Consolidating, securing the stock of what becomes and G382 nothing else and thus the last smoke of an evaporating reality. D. The encompassing. Metaphysics. Metaphysics is thought here in a strict sense. It is never understood as a doctrine or as a philosophical discipline, or as a form of knowledge and the like. Rather, it is understood as the jointure of beings as such to beings in the whole itself, that is, to what is enjoined through beingness and through what is uninquired in the truth of being whose utmost is being's abandonment of beings. Obviously, one has to speak peripherally so that metaphysics often enters the purview as a doctrine. However, such a metaphysics is a consequence of, and a deviation from, metaphysics as the jointure of beings out of their beingness. And this jointure arises out of the mastery of being and the opening of this mastery on whose swaying ground is based all history as the enduring as well as the not enduring of the truth of being. Metaphysics as the occidental historical jointure of beings, wherein beings in the specific sense of the constancy of presencing as such enter in the ungrounded openness, ultimately peters out into what is known as worldview. Reflecting its sway, being's abandonment, metaphysics is not master of its sway. Metaphysics is the truth of beings as such in the whole that holds back any grounding of the truth of being out of being, the whole that according to the unleashing of beings that is specific to such truth, openness as sheltering unconcealment, gives being's preeminence over being. G383 115. Metaphysics. Metaphysics commences with the Platonic differentiation between nu tau omega nu and mu nu. But this commencing is only the consequence of the beginning of the Occidental thinking that n thinks beings as sigma iota, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, without simultaneously being able to ground the truth of this projecting open as such. This inability is to be understood from out of the greatness of the inceptuality of thinking, lambda theta epsilon iota alpha and beingness itself are consolidated along with this inceptuality. And thereupon what remains as truth specifically for thinking becomes mu omicron omega sigma iota and correctness. Metaphysics begins covertly with the beginning of Occidental thinking, and yet commences only with the first completion of this beginning in Plato and Aristotle. In the manner in which the pre-Platonic philosophy prepares the interpretation of beingness as delta alpha as well as that differentiation, pre-Platonic philosophy is in a certain way pre-metaphysical. Metaphysics thought being historically as the jointure of beings in the whole, and not as a doctrine. Metaphysics begins through the rising of being as the rising prevailing. But in a certain way, being is here not differentiated, not yet, from beings, being as presencing is the most present, nu tau omega, and thus the most being and accordingly being is itself of the kind of beings, respectively beings are of the kind of being. The word kind here indicates lineage, and provenance, whereby the sway of what beforehand and primarily presences already lies in the provenant. The beginning and the commencement of metaphysics do not coincide, just as little as completion, the end, and termination. Metaphysics commences only where the differentiation between being as kappa omicron iota nu, of beingness, and beings as kappa alpha sigma tau omicron nu becomes the jointure of representation, becomes the manner in which, without further pondering, all comportment to beings as such submits and enjoins itself beforehand. Socrates, Plato put this commencement in place. Hegel concludes the history of metaphysics that commences in this manner g. 384 by immediately transferring this termination into completion. For it lies in the sway of absolute idea that in a certain way it retracts the differentiation between being and beings. On the one hand, the differentiation is preserved because in metaphysics it is and could never be inquired into and grounded as such. On the other hand, the differentiation is effaced. In the epoch of the completion of metaphysics, when all possibilities of the ontological interpretation of beingness such as being, becoming, thought, ought, value, and appearing fall together into the one and only chaos, that is life, and when these possibilities are confirmed in conformity with the chaos, and are rendered constant as the uninterruptible presence, that is, as the eternal return of the same, and when along with the true world even the apparent one is abolished, then the differentiation is no longer fundamental as jointure. That which by virtue of the simple mastery of the awesomeness of sigma iota was not yet needed to become differentiable in the beginning, is no longer differentiated in the completion. And Nietzsche's chaos can never count somehow as the regainment of sigma iota, just as little as the completion of the beginning is the beginning itself, even though the completion indeed belongs to the beginning. But between Plato and Hegel the metaphysics and its history that specifically lead out into the jointure also determine for history the interpretation of the pre-Platonic and post-Hegelian philosophies. Metaphysics views itself and its history within the horizon of its jointure and as the transformation of it. By contrast, being historically the beginning is not a preform of what comes later, rather what comes latter is a declining formation of the beginning. That Nietzsche himself grasps his philosophy as the reversal of Platonism is justified historically only insofar as the horizon of metaphysics can guide the self-interpretation of philosophy. But this Nietzschean self-interpretation is not definitive because in the end the reversal compels Nietzsche to turn out of Platonism and thus out of the commencement of metaphysics. Hence Nietzsche can be understood only from out of the beginning of metaphysics as the completion of this beginning, and that not because g. 385 he had held the pre-Platonic philosophy in particularly high regard. After all, he took this philosophy in its purely Platonic interpretation, he saw in Heraclitus the becoming, in Parmenides the being. It is not Heraclitism that brings Nietzsche into a historically foundational relation to the beginning, but that thinking according to which the inquiry into the being of beings disappears in the unlimited predominance of beings in the whole, understood as the life that renders itself constant and confirms itself, a life that is inaccessible by any value but is only livable. However, because in Nietzsche's thinking all basic positions of explicit metaphysics and its history come together in a transformed and blurred way, it is tempting simply calculatively to include his metaphysics in the hitherto instead of grasping that this metaphysics is an end because it entrenches the questionlessness of being, instead of grasping how this metaphysics accomplishes this entrenching. At any rate, this can only be grasped being historically out of an overcoming of metaphysics as such in the whole of its history. 116 Ontology, Metaphysics. Throughout the preceding endeavors the only task has been to unfold the question of being, indeed unfold it straight away in the entirely different sense of inquiring into the truth of being. In this way not only the theme and the procedure get transformed but also above all what is own most to man and the truth of beings themselves, and thereby already the manner of saying and grounding. But because the question of being is since long ago always the question of philosophy, since its first beginning, and because the question of being has since then become exclusively the inquiry into the beingness of beings, and because subsequently the scholastics have characterized this question as ontology, metaphysics, it was suggestive, nay even unavoidable to designate as ontology and metaphysics the entirely other question of being which does not push aside but grounds the first. 1. All the more G 386 decisively. However, by adopting the traditional title of the question of being for an inquiry into an entirely different kind of being, the unfolding of this inquiry through the employment of this title had obscured the very intention of this inquiry. Thus in the lecture Was ist Metaphysik, the question of being is answered with reference to something that is indeed entirely different from metaphysics insofar as the latter is grasped strictly historically as that inquiry into the being of beings that can neither master the question of the truth of being nor be urged to raise this question. The lecture Was ist Metaphysik, calls metaphysics that which is never ever metaphysics. The projecting opening and grounding of Dasein as the historical ground of the clearing of being penetrates into a realm that did not exist up to now and can be announced into a history only by being itself insofar as being itself enters its clearing. This Dasein sways outside the jointure which as metaphysics has enjoined beingness of beings in the whole and made it accessible to the hitherto occidental history. Therefore, it is impossible to speak of a metaphysics of Dasein as is done in the Kant book, although it is indicated there that metaphysics, namely what is understood by this word in the above-mentioned lecture, grounds in Dasein and belongs to Dasein and only to it. The same holds true of the titles ontology and transcendence in the treatise Vom Wesen des Grunds. By adopting the traditional leading titles, something entirely different is meant, so different that it simply overcomes what was formerly rightly designated with those titles. There, the overcoming G 387 of metaphysics, metaphysics understood in the foundational sense of that jointure, is still passed off as metaphysics but indeed by word only and never according to the matter at hand and the posture of questioning. The title ontology is adopted as the title for the question of being, but the question of being in the sense of ontology is simply overcome. What ontology, the inquiry into being, means in Senuendizeit is not determined by the title ontology. Rather, this title has to consent to a different interpretation, one that actually runs ahead to meet this title, one that steps entirely out of the range of meaning of this title. The name fundamental ontology is the expedient that indicates this. This dubious procedure is initially unavoidable, specifically since what always counts is not to eliminate metaphysics, that is, the inceptual question of being, but in and through metaphysics to allude to what is entirely different from metaphysics. When one does not follow this directive and instead brings along and uses as a measure all the rigidified metaphysical thinking, then everything becomes confusing, specifically given the fact that this directive in truth has nothing to do with modification of disciplines, but with the ennonement of man unto the truth of being, an ennonement that necessitates a particular kind of transformation. 117 Metaphysics. Metaphysics inquires into new, ens qua ens, qua tale, beings as beings. But at the same time this qua, this as is uninquired. What is named with these words is the direction of projecting open, is what is open to projecting open, simply the projecting open as such. That something like this is and is claimed as ground and as what grounds, metaphysics explains by referring to nu omicron, ratio, and reason. To formularize this from the vantage point of metaphysical inquiry, one could say the following. The thinking in the crossing inquires into the swaying of the qua, as in such a way that this swaying is recognized G 388 as belonging to being itself, whereby the truth of being becomes what is interrogated. Nevertheless, this inquiry into the sway and ground and necessity of qua, as is not a supplement and an addendum to the metaphysical inquiry, something like its epistemology. Rather, what is indicated here is the turning point of the decisive transformation of the question of being, and along with this transformation, the destruction of all subjectivity and all determinations of man in the light of animal rationale. All metaphysics thinks in the direction of causes, grounds, and principles that, differently modified, are exhausted in the four divisions that Aristotle established. In modern thinking, the ought as ground receives a particular preeminence and retrogressively twists the Platonic differentiation in such a way that corresponds to the position of man as subject. The causa finalis lies at the background of this emergence of thinking in terms of value, so that, expressed or not, this thinking guides the final purposiveness of all reckoning of beings unto beingness. Thus being is calculated into causes and grounds, and these entry lines of calculation themselves serve only the calculation and planning of beings and become more and more supplementary vis-a-vis beings. Thus the swaying of being into which no cause or ground is capable of reaching is thoroughly disguised. 118 Nu. And indeed nu pi lambda, that is, nu simply as nu in the whole, not kappa alpha tau mu rho omicron tau iota, gamma nu omicron pi epsilon rho iota gamma rho alpha psi mu epsilon nu omicron nu. The names the view of beings, unto beings themselves, inasmuch as beings are beings. This view of is one that does not view away from beings, but also not merely views something pi epsilon rho alpha gamma mu alpha tau epsilon tau alpha iota tau kappa alpha sigma tau alpha, but rather views beings as beings, kappa alpha theta alpha tau. Herein G389 lies the question of beings in view of their pure presencing, that is, presencing already simply determines beingness. And yet beyond this and in addition to it, there is only now the always determined manner of taking a view of nu. Beingness already bespeaks of presencing as such. And this must now be theoretically viewed in such a way that its rokai itself is experienced as such in the presencing of beingness itself. Thus in general the view of rokai is the view from whence as that wherein constancy and presencing and consequently also alpha tau iota omicron nu actually come to pass. The delta iota omicron nu belongs to the sway of rokai and of alpha tau iota omicron nu, see Aristotle, Med. E1, 1026-17. But the preview of rokai is indeed already sustained and guided by the projecting opening unto sigma iota, what rises and presences and accordingly is emerging, that is in itself the presencing unto whence. Here is the origin of delta alpha, as well as alpha tau alpha in the sense of ontic explanation. Hence, in Aristotle still the allusion in all manner of ways to sigma iota tau iota, Med. Gamma 1, E1, K7. Here is the foundational retroconnectedness to the inceptual projecting opening, but already after going through Plato. Phi sigma iota, at one time and in general, is where rokai nu alpha tau lies insofar as the rokai is itself the rising unto presencing. Then and in particular sigma iota is where rokai tau kappa iota nu sigma epsilon omega means nature in its ontic sense. This is so only because sigma iota is akin to being. Cf. in Aristotle's Metaphysic, gamma 1 sigma iota tau iota, but here also chi omega rho iota sigma tau nu kappa nu eta tau omicron mu epsilon tau tau lambda eta. 119 The sway of theta epsilon omega rho alpha. The sway of theta epsilon omega rho alpha is to be determined from out of pi omicron eta sigma iota and pi rho xi iota by grasping ahead into rho chi and nu qua omicron sigma alpha. G390 theta epsilon omega rho alpha is such producing that lets beings presence in themselves, that is, from out of the rho chi that lies within them. What matters is putting in place the constancy of presencing. Thereupon, pi rho xi iota, pi omicron eta sigma iota and theta epsilon omega rho alpha as well as the corresponding pi iota sigma tau mu eta are differentiated. Although theta epsilon omega rho alpha is the supreme manner of relating to beings as such, it is grasped from out of putting in place, and this is initially experienced as producing, making, and taking a stance, dealing. However, theta epsilon omega rho alpha is not a kind of pi omicron eta sigma iota and pi rho xi iota. Pi iota sigma tau mu eta, obtaining a stance in and as putting in place. Asterisk. The sway of theta epsilon omega rho alpha and theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma kappa epsilon pi iota sigma tau mu eta. Theta epsilon omega rho epsilon nu the tau iota mu iota tau alpha tau omicron nu as theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa pi iota sigma tau mu eta unto tau theta epsilon omicron nu, the chi omega rho iota sigma tau nu, kappa nu eta tau omicron nu. Being itself, pure presencing, delta alpha, nu epsilon upsilon lambda eta. From out of itself, constant, not just from out of and in mu epsilon tau alpha beta omicron lambda. Even as pyro tau eta iota lambda omicron sigma omicron alpha being is not taken ontologically in the conceptual modern sense, there is no distinction between metaphysica generalis and specialis. On the contrary, this distinction is fostered by the Christian way of thinking, whereas for the Greeks they are one and the same. G 391 120. Metaphysics. Metaphysics, the interconnection between determination of nu, kappa omicron iota nu, and theta epsilon omicron lambda omicron gamma iota kappa pi iota sigma tau mu eta, ans commune, rightward arrow being what Wassian in the most general way, kappa alpha theta lambda omicron upsilon, summum ans, rightward arrow being that das sane in what is from the first, alpha tau iota alpha. Each time rho chi. Here the Christian severance is already at work in order to rescue beforehand the person of the Creator God. Therefore, nu is purely conceptual, respectively is undetermined and then nevertheless returned to God, the tau epsilon chi nu tau eta. In other words, here nu is thought according to dogma and faith and not in the Greek style from out of the experience of beings as such. Asterisk. Metaphysics. The overshadowing of being by beings as such is only possible when being is already allocated into the foremost truth, that is, into rising, into sigma iota. Whence this overshadowing, the ungroundedness of the truth of being, the not being able to know the truth in its sway as the truth of being. The consequence of the overshadowing, being as the later addition, the most precise grasping of this additionality as a priori. Here, the impression of what is reversed, namely the impression of what precedes. But the precededness is not mastered, because its truth is not considered question-worthy. Thought being historically, precededness is an echo of the upground of the clearing that sways already beforehand and yet at first remains unrepresentable because it cannot be represented at all. In metaphysics, being always means beings in the whole. In metaphysics being is never said from out of the truth of being. G 392 121. Metaphysics. Either metaphysics must take being as beingness straight away as delta alpha, the most being of beings which later proves to be the emptiest and the most general that belong to beings, on account of which then beings are called upon in order to cover up the vulnerability while the filling up of the formal with the content die materiali rectifies the damage of abstraction, or metaphysics must take being as beingness retro-related to man as the subject which as the unconditioned is what conditions the objectness and constitutedness, and this unconditionedness itself is the most being, Hegel. All metaphysical thinking then wavers back and forth between both possibilities and looks for ways out in order to avoid being becoming either a thing or a mere subjective contrivance. But basically, being remains always both, which is to say, that no sooner are beings locked in the constancy of presencing than they have the predominance and render questionless beingness as machination. In all metaphysics, being is determined from out of the receiving of beings as such by reason and from out of the thinking that is understood in terms of reason. Historically and objectively this gives rise to the actual concept of metaphysics. Being is always grasped in the direction of beings, even where, on the basis of the unconditionedness of thinking, as in Hegel's unconditioned thinking, seemingly an absolute detachedness from beings is obtained. Taking the shape of a renunciation, this detachedness nevertheless remains at the beck and call of beings in the constant necessity of renunciation, which renunciation coheres in the unconditionedness of thinking without, of course, being included and being includable into the system of this thinking. This is true, too, even where, reversing the course, all being is swallowed up into becoming, that is, into that which beings actually are, as in Nietzsche, that is, in a counterplay to the preceding Hegelian completion of metaphysics. G 393 122. How metaphysics thinks being. Metaphysics must think being as beingness, it must take the presencing and its constancy itself as the most constant. In this vein the later objectification of being as the preceded is decided, being itself becomes the same as objectness. All this means that being remains without clearing, turns into what is there first, into the utmost, into the encompassing, into the extent that in all manner of ways towers over everything, remains entirely without dimensions, is unlit, and set aside, or what says the same, turns into that which pervades everything as the most present. That is why being is also the unquestioned, there is nothing about being to be inquired into. That is why being is entangled in the emptiest concept, that is why being is still just a mere hollow word that as what is effective is cast off by and rubbed off beings. And the effective raves in the abandonment by being. Asterisk. How metaphysics takes beings. Metaphysics takes beings as the explainable out of what has preceded and thus as what is present and as such arises out of what is already present before what is present and as present is present for a receiving and for a renewed putting in place, for a manufacturing. The nu as pyro gamma mu alpha of the pyro xi iota, kappa alpha sigma tau omicron nu of pi omicron eta sigma iota, pyro xi iota, theta epsilon omega rho alpha, grasped from out of putting in place. The ens as ens cretum. The residential as objectum of representatio. The thing of a conditionedness by the conditions of the unconditioned. The object as presencing in representedness. The actual in an effectiveness. Asterisk. G394 What becomes of beings and their beingness, when such a projecting opening of what has preceded becomes null and void for receiving and explaining, because such a projecting opening already and incessantly evades being and its truth. 123 Infinitude and Eternity. Infinitude and eternity are the measure and the goals of metaphysics. And with these two the finite as what is extant and unfinished becomes important. However, the being historical emphasis on finitude signifies something different, which indeed will be said more appropriately outside this metaphysical opposition and its unity. The emphasis on finitude was merely a preventive attempt that was articulated in the language of metaphysics in order to overcome the epsilon in the sense of making presencing constant, and overcoming not in favor of a temporality in the Christian sense and therefore also not intended as a superfluous rejection of the Christian eternity. Making presencing constant is the metaphysical concept of being. The leaping into the finitude is grasping the truth of being wherein the sway of being lights up from out of its ground that is held unto a ground. The being that is solely known by metaphysics is, as the constancy of presencing, still in itself an ungrounded excerption hierosnom of one foundational moment of being, that is, of rendering presentness which is not even grasped in its swaying as temporality. When with the first step of being historical thinking, being is set in relation to time, this does not mean that being is, 1, a being and, 2, this being is a temporal being in the sense of what is changeable, finite, and limited in its duration. But when the nothing belongs to the sway of being, this again does not mean that, 1, being is a being and, 2, that the latter is nothing in the sense of the frailness of a created being. G395 Rather, the sameness of being with the nothing confirms that being can never be annihilated something einigtiges prior to all beings, because being is the upground of the swaying of that in which any being as such grounds. However, the upground is not a being that is absolute, detached and constant by itself but the owning of the arrival. This upground certainly should not be named finitude, a word that is metaphysically all too burdened, except when thinking and pondering free themselves beforehand from the familiar trajectories of representation and become a detached co-enacting of a question. 124 The principle of contradiction. What is thought in the principle of contradiction? An impossibility, delta nu alpha tau omicron nu. On what is thought in this principle? On the beingness of beings. Accordingly, of what kind is the impossibility? Of the kind that belongs to being itself. How does this impossibility bear itself to the sway of being? Is this impossibility a necessity and, if so, of what kind? Asterisk. The traditionally disputed question is this: is the incapability of our thinking the consequence of the necessity of the being that is thought, or is this necessity only a projection of our subjective incapability? Or, is this either, or itself insufficient and, if yes, to what extent? To the extent that thinking as nu omicron provides the horizon for the truth of being, being is grasped as constant presence. And the principle of contradiction is valid for this being. But for this very same reason, this principle is not subjective and is not just the expression of an incapacity. G. 396 Had not then Hegel elevated, preserved, and cancelled the validity of this principle? No. He had only broadened this validity by correspondingly positioning beingness as absolute idea. In this way it is possible, indeed even necessary, to think everything that is to be thought and every being in several respects, in itself, for itself, in and for itself, which means to think what is contradictory as necessary. With the help of this principle the transformation of the finite thought into infinite thought is simply enacted. Hegel's metaphysics is the supreme confirmation of the principle of contradiction as the basic principle of metaphysics, that is, as the basic principle of the interpretation of beingness as constant presence and as objectness of representing. 125 The history of metaphysics is the history of being. To grasp and experience the history of metaphysics as the history of being, what is needed is a disentanglement from that projecting opening of the history of metaphysics that for the first time Hegel had enacted, and that he alone was the first who could enact it because his thought had to bring metaphysics to completion. Accordingly, Hegel sees the history of metaphysics and its beginning, both with respect to the three grounding stages and with respect to the dynamics whereby these stages merely become positable, with a view towards the completion of metaphysics. Hegel's absolute thought posits what has to be its condition and its staging through immediate thought and mediation. Thus the ancient and the Christian philosophies as well as the modern philosophy from Descartes to Kant are decided. This projecting opening of the history of metaphysics confirms the unique domination of the jointure being and thinking. This projecting opening not only confirms this unique domination but also consolidates it in historical consciousness, and thereby decides about what should remain historically knowable of philosophy for its further development. G. 397 126. The place of Aristotle in the history of metaphysics. 1. Aristotle as the completion of what was earlier still strange, sigma iota grasped as nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha. 2. Aristotle as the commencement of what becomes subsequently conventional for a long time. Asterisk. It is in being historical thinking that for the very first time the metaphysical basic positions can be historically experienced and thought through. 127 The distinguished metaphysical basic position of Leibniz. Seen being historically, the distinguished metaphysical basic position of Leibniz can be elucidated by focusing on representatio. The representatio means the subjective representing that makes up the subject as monas. This striving representing represents that subject right away, lets that subject come to an open presencing, validity. In Leibniz the representing is thought in the onefold of what is simultaneously modern and inceptually Greek. And nevertheless not entirely, monas is the extant that has the character of the subject, and the subjectum that presences simultaneously in its subjectivity as well as through the subjectivity, whereby the openness of this presencing, of course, remains questionable, respectively it is already decided upon by the all-encompassing and unshaken Christian projecting open, ans cretum, creator. And nevertheless the sway of the monas, the unity, must be grasped in the direction of gathering unto presencing and in the direction of the constancy of the same, and thus from out of the twofold radiating representatio. G. 398 One cannot directly come across the monas, not even by the unconditioned gaze of the creator, since the swaying of monas is originary in the twofold sense of representatio. Although Descartes does posit representedness and I-hood as the domain of projecting opening of beingness and as the ground of projecting opening of beingness, it is only Leibniz who, with his own originary appropriation of the metaphysical tradition, substantia, monas, potentia as vis and possibilitas, energia, enacts the actual modern beginning of metaphysics. Only Leibniz secures the ground for Kant and for German idealism and finally for Nietzsche. It is only through Leibniz that rationality obtains the unconditioned rank of becoming the jointure of beings in the whole, the rank which is of the nature of subject, whereby the mathematical unfolds itself immediately as the systematic character of the system, and the full unfolding of representedness is secured as the domain of projecting open and as the ground of projecting open. According to Leibniz, Monadology 30, beings as such, being, are experienceable through the reflective acts of the monad that is called man. However, these acts are grounded in the knowledge of the necessary truths, identitates. And these? They are indeed the foundational knowing of being, such that only through this knowing is a reflection possible, all the while as this reflection alone makes possible again a knowing of the identitates. How are we to decide here? Is there a circle here, and if yes, did Leibniz recognize and simultaneously ground this circle as such in its necessity? Apparently not. For such would be possible only by inquiring into the truth of being. Raison, rationality, thought, are self-knowing and at one and the same time God's knowing and cognizing, Monadology 29. Self-knowing is grounded in the knowing awareness of identitates. Hence this knowing awareness constitutes the ownmost of reason. Thereupon reason is the receiving of beingness in the sense of identity as the constancy of presencing. G 399. Or does Leibniz mean that, on the basis of this knowing awareness of the verités nécessaires, we find the primary and the nearmost being, and thus this being as such, that is, us ourselves, and, therefore, we find being explicitly in us? In that case then, we would be only saying that a being like man is what is primarily givable as such and is given. In that case then, we would have only affirmed Descartes' basic position and simultaneously prepared the transcendental inquiry of Kant as a subjective inquiry which is referred to the objectivity of the object. But in that case neither the unity of the human monad's ownmost with the knowing awareness of the necessary truths is grounded, nor is the preeminence of this being in the hierarchy of the givenness of beings grounded, nor is the interconnection recognized of the guiding concept of veritas as identitas with the certum as the securing of a distinguished presence and constancy. In that case, the Leibnizian metaphysics, too, remains ungrounded, and does not venture unto the upground of the truth of being. 128. Kant and Metaphysics. With Kant's critical demonstration of the impossibility of speculative metaphysics, for the first time metaphysics as the jointure of beings in the whole is completely consolidated in accord with the inceptual and Platonic sense of beingness. What follows, then, appears as the metaphysics of German idealism, which specifically brings together, in the unconditionedness of an absolute speculative knowledge and of an absolute actuality, both the jointure of beings in the whole and the inceptual sense of beingness, and thereby hands over to the 19th century an unsurpassable richness of metaphysical perspectives. Moreover, it is not important whether these perspectives are taken up idealistically or positivistically. Metaphysics as the jointure endures, and in enduring it becomes increasingly unknowable in its predominance. The more conflicting and shallow the basic positionings G 400 towards metaphysics are, the more frantically the worldviews assert themselves. 129. The final rise of metaphysics. The final rise of metaphysics is the history of the unconditioned predominance of machination, cf. 8. On mindfulness, and Überlegungen 13, especially 41 ff. Nietzsche's accomplishment consists in foundationally forging ahead into this final rise through thinking, even though Nietzsche's thinking is simply incapable of grasping itself as the completion of metaphysics. The overcoming of machination cannot be brought about immediately through some kind of destruction or even by refuting metaphysics. All immediate negation leads to nothing, especially since it cannot at all be decided whence the overcoming of machination should come and by whom it should be carried out. The overcoming of machination can come about only mediately insofar as the other beginning of being historical inquiry leaves the completed metaphysics to its own devices. Such admittance of metaphysics calls for the specific resiliency of being historical thinking that must be sterner and more enduring than any attack, because according to its own most, attack immediately dislodges itself into the bondage by what is attacked. Already the knowledge of the completion of metaphysics as the history of the unconditioned predominance of machination is only possible from out of the other beginning. Here the overcoming is foundationally a transformation of thinking. It is the crossing from the projecting open that represents over to the pathway of that projecting open that throws itself free. G 401 130. The end of metaphysics. Is it an accident that in the epoch of the absolute forgottenness of being, Ontology undergoes a renewal, even if this renewal is merely a scholastic erudite and historical renewal. This indeed creates the impression that ontology inquires into being and that the being historical question of being comes too late and cannot claim any inceptuality. Quite so. And yet, ontology in all manner of ways only disseminates the mere semblance of the being historical question of being, and this semblance has its own historical mission. This semblance ensnares all those who lack every precondition for raising the being historical question of being, those who hold for being that which is as removed from being historical inquiry as possible. Hence, ontology has the function of mistaking for metaphysics the question concerning the truth of being, a mistaking that accords with the intractability of this question. Ontology is thus a protection that metaphysics unintentionally brings to bear upon being historical thinking, and thus safeguards it from getting deformed by the failure to grasp this thinking. The predominance of worldviews accomplishes the same thing, but only in a diametrically opposed direction. The worldviews are the calculating formations, respectively the calculating misformations of metaphysics that are actual, close to life and disseminated entirely in beings. As such formations or misformations, worldviews appeal to what is actual in relations, in occurrences, and circumstances. Worldviews appeal to that which in human attitudes is called character and the instinct. Worldviews ward off all ontology as mere intellectual, empty reckoning with concepts, and, nevertheless, like all ontology, they give rise to the illusion that they supply an interpretation of beings and set measures. For worldviews, what still remains questionable is confined to the more or less carefully and eruditely refurbished sacrosanct systems of teaching, philosophy, and faith. Therefore, if we consider ontology and worldview in terms of the consolidation of metaphysics which both pursue, if we consider the way both obfuscate the question of being as a being historical question, then ontology and worldview have a fundamental historical significance. G 402-131. Metaphysics and worldview. A worldview is an offshoot of metaphysics, and in fact becomes simply possible there, where metaphysics enters the state of its completion. Worldview is a modern deformation of metaphysics, and the measure of worldview is publicness, wherein everyone finds everything accessible and raises a claim on such accessibility. This is not contradicted by the fact that worldviews are entirely personal and tailored to individuals who perceive themselves as the solitary everyone that represents an image of the world, and represents the world as an image, individuals who provide themselves with a kind of self-orientation, character, example Houston Stewart Chamberlain. Fundamental to a worldview is 1. The preeminence of beings, the actual, forgottenness of being. 2. Aiming at goals and ideals that should be realized. 3. Arranging the ways and means of such realization. 4. All these in accord with the public common intelligibility that is willed in advance, which requires 5. Accordingly, thinking historically but thinking without choosing, and thinking calculatively, and that means thinking unhistorically through and through. The worldview is the enactment of the confirmation of the predominance of an absolute lack of mindfulness in the epoch of the completed meaninglessness. Regarding the fundamental concept of worldview and its interconnection with modern metaphysics, cf. the lecture of 1938, Die Begründung der neuzeitlichen Weltbildstärke die Metaphysik. A worldview functions within the jointure of metaphysics. It knows ideas and fosters and pursues their realization. G 403 in existence. The ideas become values to a worldview, and the existence is required to take a stance and to evaluate, existence here understood as the extant man, the subject of lived experience. As the occasion may simply demand, the worldviews elaborate on the concepts and propositions of metaphysics without having a knowing awareness of the origin and the limitations of these concepts and propositions. The worldviews think in a natural sort of way, they take their measures from practical life, whence their predilection for biology. 132. Mysticism. All mysticism is the limit set by metaphysics itself, either for itself or against itself. Mysticism is possible only within metaphysics, that is, within the confines of the foundational domain of metaphysics. From here comes the predilection to let a period of mysticism precede the beginning of Occidental thinking, a period in which everything is already experienced that metaphysics subsequently brings into concept, lambda gamma omicron. Properly observed, here one projects open the mysticism from out of metaphysics. This corresponds to the historical metaphysical function of Neoplatonism, this corresponds to medieval mysticism, to the mysticism during the unfolding of modern metaphysics and again during the age of Romanticism, Novalis, Bader, the ambiguity of Schelling's projecting open and his negative and positive philosophy. But to the extent that metaphysics as such is overcome by the being historical inquiry into the truth of being and thus the possibility of employing metaphysical concepts is barred, one seeks refuge in characterizing being historical thinking as mystical. With this characterization one immediately and disparagingly identifies being historical thinking with what is unclear and obscure, with what revels in mere attunements, that is, with a posture that can never be worthy of rigorous philosophy's attention, G404 about which, however, one must be warned by the erudite supervision of the historical philosophy industry. One fails to see that in this way one has already turned mysticism itself into a subspecies and a degenerate variant of metaphysics, and so one fails to grasp the sway of either the one or the other. Mysticism and calculation of beings from out of a machinationally thought being mutually foster each other. And in their accord mysticism and machination block the crossing from the metaphysical history of the first beginning into the other beginning. For crossing here is not the steadiness of a progression but rather the knowing awareness of the suddenness of the rupture that occurs between the end and the beginning. 133 The crossing. The crossing may be obtained only by a leap and upheld and grounded in the long run only by an leaping. Here there is no escape into a mist but forward moving transition from one thing, the secured, to another thing, the established. Even the differentiation between the beginning and the end can no longer be grasped in terms of opposition, because this opposition too would have to acknowledge an agreement as a common ground. Suddenly and incomparably, the end and the beginning soar unto each other, as each holds unto the upground, the end as the interpretation of the swayingness of the sway, swayingness of beings, as value, and the beginning as the end thinking of the truth of being as enowning. For the historical representation, crossing is always merely what is transitory and episodic that disappears vis-a-vis what is crossed over and vis-a-vis the whither of the crossing. However, historically, that is, thought from out of the swaying of the truth of being, what gathers in the crossing is the uniqueness of the history in the onefold of the rupture between the completion and the beginning. The historical inconspicuousness of the crossing and the historical G405 dignity of its unique sustaining power that leads into what has already been and what is futural and arriving correspond to each other. Hence the crossing is never a mediation, but the decision that can ground itself unto that for the sake of which the decision decides to be that which is to be grounded. Reckoned historically, crossing into the suddenness of the rupture of what cannot be mediated is a leap unto the nothing. Historically, the nearness of being nears itself in the crossing, nearness of being unto which every being is already allotted and owned over before every being thinks itself and after every being forgets itself. 134 Towards elucidation of the being historical concept of metaphysics. The being historical interpretation. 1. Of the differentiation between being, beingness, and beings. 2. Of the differentiation between being what and being that. 3. Of the multiplicity of rho chi alpha. 4. Of the differentiation between nu tau omega nu and mu nu, delta alpha, epsilon delta omicron, lambda eta. This interpretation shows that the thinking of being as beingness is not at all a beginning and so to speak does not arise from a natural representation of beings in general, but originates from the swaying of being that ever first inceptually as rising, sigma iota, refused the grounding of its truth and along with it let lambda theta epsilon iota alpha become the presencing of what is constant, and thus let lambda theta epsilon iota alpha become the foreform of objectness. Of course, the consequence of this first beginning in its history is not the indifferent matter of mere opinion and of forming concepts about being. This history shows the predominance of machination in whose absolute empowering modernity completes itself and, unbeknown to itself and without intending it, announces the other beginning. G406 135. Steps: judgment, validity, truth, being. Dissertation: doctrine of categories and meaning, being and language, negation. Habilitation Schrift. Ontology, the title that leads into the question of being. Fundamental ontology. Senuendizeit. Understanding of being as throne projecting open. Being as beingness. Beingness, constancy and presencing, time. Transformation of being and, with and through it, the truth, Wesen de Groens. Every step not only proceeds further, but is also different. Being historical in leaping into the crossing. The grounding of the historical uniqueness of the crossing. The sigma iota, worldview as offshoot of metaphysics, mysticism. To appear in Überlegungen C, GA 96. A. To what extent yes? To what extent no? BCF. Contributions to Philosophy, Section 261. The opinion about being. C. But in which shape? In the shape of unswaying. If we think right away more comprehensively, then within sigma iota we have to think the sheltering concealing positioning, taking root, and the receding into constancy along with the rising as the self-spreading presencing. However, given the history of sigma iota, we have to say that presencing thrusts omicron sigma alpha into preeminence and determines from out of itself the constancy, duration of pi omicron kappa epsilon mu omicron nu. B. How sheltering concealment? Cf. the previous footnote. C. What leads to such a determination of man? Cf. 97. The being historical thinking and the question of being. A constancy of presencing completes itself in the arrangement and enactment of the sway of power as machination. Technicity as the truth of beings in their beingness. Be the origin of what and that from out of the differentiation of beings as such and beings in the whole. This differentiation itself is ungrounded. What and that as difference in the presencing and constancy. C. Pyro tau omicron nu, theta epsilon nu, rising. D. The casting as such, i.e., sheltered unconcealment and beingness. E. But in the Greek style of thinking, the epsilon as that which always endures has the character of presencing. Lecture of 1929 in Wegmarken, GA 9, pages 103-22. See Einführung in die Metaphysik, lecture course given in Freiburg in the summer semester 1935, GA 40, P3FF. See Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, GA 3. A presencing from out of the rising unto roasting, presence and constancy. Beaver using Greek is blocked by what is Roman, to what extent are we prepared by this? See the Metaphysics of Modernity Subjectum. DCF. Nietzsche Essay, Nietzsche's Word Gottes Tat, Holzwege, GA 5, pages 209-67. See Wegmarken, GA 9, pages 103-22. Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik, GA 3, P 218 FF. See Wegmarken, GA 9, pages 123-75. Cf. Aristotle, Med. Gamma, E, K, Eth. NICZ. To appear in Überlegungen C, GA 96. Published under the title Die Zeit des Weltbilds, in Holzwege, GA 5, pages 75-113. See Die Lehre vom Urteil im Psychologismus, 1913, in Freie Schriften, GA 1, ed. FWV. Hermann, Frankfurt am Main, 1978, pages 59-188. See Die Kategorien und Bedeutung des Dunstgottes, 1915, in Freie Schriften, GA 1, pages 189-411. Senuendizeit, 1927, GA 2. Vom Wesen de Groens, 1929, in Wegmarken, GA 9, pages 123-5. G407 Appendix. G409 A retrospective look at the pathway. Addressed within the horizon of metaphysics and its overcoming, not yet from out of being itself. Written in 1937/38. Martin Heidegger. G411 My pathway hitherto. Here my pathway hitherto is considered only as a means for a new mindfulness, bearing in mind that the view and interpretation of the pathway always depends on the obtained level of mindfulness. This pathway was never known to me in advance, it proved to be unstable, and entangled in setbacks and misleading track-wise. However, again and again the quest was driven into the one trajectory and forced to obtain more clarity. But at no stage is mindfulness privileged to know what actually transpires. What is experienced and attempted stands merely at the service of something entirely different that perhaps one day will become even self-evident. My pathway hitherto. My pathway hitherto is indicated in the following writings. 1. The PhD dissertation Die Lehre vom Urteil im Psychologismus 1 of 1913. Here the question concerns validity, that is, concerns being true of the true and the truth, questions that are determined completely by the viewpoints prevalent at the time. Here, there is a penchant for Lotze that fails to gain clarity about itself. But the thrust is towards the question concerning the truth of the true as a foundational question. The criteria are imprecise, especially given the fact that a total reliance on any direction or any system is rejected. Both in the choice of the question as well as in the manner of its treatment, the PhD dissertation originated without any assistance from the actual teachers. In this regard, see the reports on recent investigations in logic published in Literarische Rundschau of the year 1912, edited by J. Sauer.2. 2. The qualifying dissertation, Die Kategorien und die Bedeutungslehre des Scotus 3 of 1916. The inquiry here into categories G412 is an attempt to gain a historical access to ontology, and simultaneously to the question concerning language. This inquiry too is a single-minded attempt, and contrasts with the hitherto interpretation of scholastics which uses neo-scholasticism and so depends on it both as far as the far-reaching consequences of this interpretation and its exaction are concerned. On the whole this attempt failed, because it wanted to accomplish too much and did not adequately master the question itself. And nevertheless, there is at this stage already more behind the unmastered questions, namely the initial attempts at a dissociating exposition of German idealism, Hegel. However, these attempts were not striving for a neo-Hegelianism, but for honing the gaze on the triad Hegel, Middle Ages, Aristotle. 3. The qualifying lecture, Der Zeitbegriff in der Geschichtswissenschaft 4 of 1915 as an inquiry into time and history. Behind this inquiry were questions concerning eternity, actual beings, negation, and the provenance of nothing. See the conclusion of the qualifying dissertation on Duns Scotus. 4. After these attempts, which were published only as the requisite academic communications and merely indicate some of the questions that urged themselves upon me without being differentiated and mastered and which lacked an actual direction, there emerged a gradual clarity in two directions. A. The historical direction, a resolute reverting to the Greek philosophy via the figure of its first foundational termination, Aristotle. B. The direction of a serious engagement with the methodology of Husserl's phenomenology. From the outset I did not endorse the basic philosophical positions that in fact were adopted by this phenomenology, that is, Cartesianism and Neo-Kantianism. My own pathway led me to a mindfulness of history, to a dissociating exposition of Dilthey and the determination of life as basic actuality. G413 But phenomenology brought to my own work a confident manner of proceeding and questioning that became fruitful for my historical interpretations. In the years 1920 to 23, all the up to then attempted inquiries that touched upon truth, categories, language, time, and history came together in the plan for an ontology of human Dasein. However, this ontology was not thought as a regional discussion of the inquiry into man, but as the laying of the foundation for the inquiry into beings as such, simultaneously as a dissociating exposition of the beginning of Occidental metaphysics with the Greeks. 5. Senundizide 5 of 1927. As an initial pathway, this attempt originated in the years 1922 to 26 for possibly rendering discernible, from the ground up and through an actual enactment, the question of being in a manner that fundamentally leads beyond all the hitherto inquiries and nevertheless simultaneously leads back to a dissociating exposition of the Greeks and the Occidental philosophy. On this point, see the Laufenden Anmerkungen zur Senundizide 6 of 1936. Operating in this attempt is at the same time the striving, through a new approach and with a renewed honing of the gaze, for rendering major inquiries within the history of metaphysics the master of this attempt. However, in the first presentation of Senundizide, the actual systematic section on time and being proved to be inadequate, while external circumstances, such as the enlargement of the volume of Husserl's yearbook, fortunately hindered the publication of this section in which, considering its inadequacy, I had placed little confidence. This section was destroyed, but it was immediately approached G414 anew in a more historical manner in the lecture course of the summer semester 1927.7. Nevertheless, viewed from the standpoint of these retrospective observations, time and being, that totally inadequate section would have been at the end quite important if it were to be printed. This publication would not have let the misinterpretation of Senundizide as a mere ontology of man and the misconstrual of fundamental ontology go as far as these misinterpretations have gone and are going. Precisely because vis-a-vis the entire metaphysics hitherto the inquiry of Senundizide into the meaning of being, into a projecting opening of the truth of being, not of beings, is something entirely different. The inquiry in the withheld section on time and being could have shown nevertheless what Senundizide accomplishes, although what this work strives for is often enough said in what is communicated. For the inadequacy of the withheld section on time and being was not because of an uncertainty concerning the direction of the inquiry and its domain, but because of an uncertainty that only concerned the appropriate elaboration. And yet, who is now able to assess precisely what was, or what would have been better? The efforts of another decade show that the difficulties of mastering the question of the truth of being are not of such a kind that pertain to the so-called birth of a problem and its isolated tackling. Rather, because the inquiry into being is grounded most intimately in the inquiry into Dasein and vice versa, that is, because the intimacy of the relation between being and Dasein continues to be basically the sustaining and prompting relation that immediately holds unto the upground, the inquiry into Dasein must be made anew and begun more originarily, but at the same time in explicit relation to the truth of being. Therefore, right away I had to subject anew everything that had to do with Grund, cf. vom Wesen de Grunds 8, to the motions of questioning and thus simultaneously clarify and sharpen my entire position on G415 the history of Occidental philosophy hitherto. Accordingly, once again there emerged the task of a comprehensive mindfulness of this history from its first beginning, Anaximander lecture of 19,329 up to the Nietzsche lectures of 1937.10. However, it became also clear to me for the first time what place this whole inquiry occupies within the crossing, given the onefold of this historical and fundamental mindfulness of the grounding question. The difficulty grew as I had to show that this inquiry is a necessary one that actually arises out of the historical distress, and as I had to remove the impression that this inquiry is a mere fortuitous erudite discussion of an isolated special question. And who would not want to recognize that a confrontation with Christianity reticently accompanied my entire path hitherto, a confrontation that was not and is not a problem that one takes up to address but a preservation of, and at the same time a painful separation from, one's own most provenance, the parental home, homeland, and youth. Only the one who was so rooted in such an actually lived Catholic world may be able to have an inkling of the necessities that like subterranean quakes have been at work in the pathway of my inquiry hitherto. Moreover, the Marburg period offered a profound experience of a Protestant Christianity, all of which as what had to be overcome from the ground up but not destroyed. It is not proper to speak of these most inward confrontations since they do not revolve around issues that concern the dogma of Christianity and articles of faith, but rather only around the sole question, whether God is fleeing from us or not, and whether we, as creating ones, still experience this flight genuinely. G 416. And this has nothing to do with the simple religious background of philosophy, but with the one inquiry into the truth of being which alone decides on the time and the place that is historically preserved for us within the history of the Occident and its gods. How many of those who distinguish themselves today as scholars in philosophy are, according to their provenance, still sustained and struck by the necessities of our Occidental history's most originary questions of decision? I know of no one. I know that these scholars get involved in philosophy as a matter of education and interest, and that by utilizing something that the political destiny of our people recently has thrown their way, they subsequently invent a basis for themselves without even from their being struck by the necessity of actually raising the grounding question. Whoever is not truly deeply rooted and is not immediately struck by questioning, how will he be able actually to experience the uprootedness? And how can the one who does not bear the experience of uprootedness be mindful from the ground up of a new grounding, which is not a simple turning away from the old and a craving for the new, still less a feeble mediation and adjustment, but a creative transformation wherein everything inceptual grows up into the height of its summit? But precisely because the most inward experiences and decisions remain foundational, these experiences must remain outside of the domain of publicness. Perhaps the necessity of accomplishing pure work was never greater than it is today, and as it will be in the future, since the distorting and destructive coercive force of proclaiming and gossiping, of admiring and of hubbub, of the mania for psychological analysis and psychological dissolution was never greater and more unrestrained and deliberate than today. How much and how assuredly one succumbs to the delusion that when one is familiar with the letters and other expressions as well as the psychology of the creator of the work, one has grasped and appropriated the work. G 417. Will we also succeed here in once again making a beginning by giving up curiosity and by becoming mature for the necessities of works? But where are the works? Granted that works could be created, can they simultaneously also create what belongs to their actual work character, namely the time-space wherein they themselves come to a halt? Will all of this not be blocked from the ground up by psychology, by masses' way of being, and by propaganda? Certainly. And that is why there must be individuals who with their attempts accomplish the one thing, which although small enough when reckoned unto greatness, still lets the works hint further into what is foundational and historically necessary, hint further into the generation after the next upon which perhaps the destiny of the Occident as a whole will be decided.